really short. There was just a deer. There was a suitcase that was mysteriously dumped in the parking lot, and my manager told me to go kick it and make sure there wasn't a body in it, which was apt wording. And I went over to it and I kicked it, and it wasn't zipped shut, and it flipped open, and there was a dead deer crumpled up inside of it. Which... it's the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. All right. Ladies and folks, friends and gentlemen, it's Friday, and that means it's time for me to say one thing. This is a crowdfunded channel. If you have a badge next to your name, a hat, or something else, it means that you help keep this channel funded. Thank you very much. I don't take sponsored segments. I do have merch available on my merch store, ! Merch in the Twitch chat. There's a link in the YouTube chat if you scroll into the description somewhere. Yeah, so thank you if you help keep the channel funded. We're streaming on 2 platforms, Twitch and YouTube. So I just wanted to say I should grab these links before I say that. If you want to help out the Twitch chat to the YouTube side of things, here's a link to the YouTube stream, or here's a link to the Twitch stream, and then vice versa for the Twitch chat. Whoopsies. No, don't end stream. That's the wrong button. That button has a habit of appearing when I refresh the page. If you're watching on Twitch, could you go leave a like on the YouTube stream? And maybe lurk over there if you have the extra tab. If you want faster responses, I recommend you watch on Twitch, because that's the chat I look at more frequently, because it is generally the busier chat. Because it's not as susceptible to bots as the YouTube side of things. I do look at the YouTube chat, my responses are going to be less consistent. Now, this is week 2 of the Community Succession Fort. Last week, we started this up. It is a... if you type an ! Succession into the Twitch chat, that should give you this. And I'm actually just going to pin this. I was going to pin it in the YouTube chat, but it's too many characters. So I guess I won't pin it there then. Anyway, essentially, every Friday I play this fortress. During the week, other people play this fortress. This is all run through my Discord, which you can find if you use a join code BLIND. Discord.gg/blind. Or just find the link somewhere. It's not too hard to find. On my Discord is a room called Viewer Succession Forts. There's also a second one called Succession Forts, which if people unrelated to this particular playthrough would like to take part in, there is you have the ability to do that as well and create smaller groups, sort of like, in a looking for group kind of sense. We do have a pretty long list of people who want to play. It's all in a document. And there is a sign-up form, although I'm not really taking additional sign-ups. I spent the week kind of figuring out how we're going to run this once people have played. And at this point, so far, I played my 1 year last week. And since then, Wolfest Wolf and Eurus Games have both played 1 year of this fort. So I'm going to cross them out. After me is going to be Abraxas. And the list continues. When we start a new fort, I will take the next 3 names and put them at the beginning of the next one, and then reopen the submissions for people who would like to play. That's how we're going to do it. That's the fairest way that I can think of. And then, yeah. During the week, as many people as they want can play, but you have to finish 1 year of time, and you have to write down everything you did in the Discord server. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to go see what everybody did during my playthrough. Oh, also, when these are done, the way I'm planning on doing this is I'm going to basically condense all of this into a blog post on my blog so you guys can just have it all archived there, and then you can copy all the text and do whatever you want with it. So we started in the 15th of Granite, early spring, 275. The Midnight Road, and the fortress is called Underhouse. Sodel and her small party of dwarves arrived at a crossroads of the Hill of Plains. Sodel wanted an escape. She grew up in the Armory of Fingers, fighting wars against the Helmed Alliances. There had been inner fighting between the dwarven factions for 100 years, leading to turmoil and destruction. The two main dwarven factions in this portion of the world are at war, okay? They traversed many corners of the land, searching for a legendary pit, leading directly to hell. This was complete happenstance. We embarked on some roads intending to just build a tavern, but there was this hole in the middle of it, which led directly to hell. Yes, asterisk. Nevik. I mean, I use DFHack, right? They found that the legends were true and the chasm did in fact exist. It felt like an earthquake. Steam bellowed from the great pit far in the distance. My segment is now up on YouTube, by the way. It went up this morning, if you'd like to skim through this VOD. And so as I go on, I posted screenshots of our expedition leader, Sodel, the pit, and the hole leading directly into hell. We did our best. In the 22nd of Slate, we began trying to flood it, which had some effect. It wasn't the most effective. I tried. The idea here being if I could flood it, maybe it would stop infinitely collapsing. In order for this save file to be playable, it has to have cave-ins disabled. One dwarf almost fell into the hole, but thankfully was able to scramble out into the caves, and then made an escape route. So there is a view directly into the caverns here. On the surface, dwarves were gathering plants because I didn't really have a chance to get proper farming up and running initially. They continued to dig and tried to make a reservoir to try and flood hell. The reservoir, while in theory it kind of worked, it wasn't the most effective. It's fun to watch the water fall down into hell, but it's not the most effective thing. We also flushed some fire imps into hell, which was honestly just kind of amusing. And two of them did fall into hell, and I think one of them is probably still, or was at the very least, in eternal combat with demons when my session ended. And then in midsummer, we did get some migrants. Population rose ever so slightly to 11. And traders arrived in autumn. We expanded upon the reservoir quite a bit, and I began building a tavern, which, honestly, I'm quite happy with the design of. I expanded the reservoir to no luck. It did not do its job. It did not seal off hell. Not only that, but a demon almost escaped, which was quite terrifying. So instead, I began working on blocking off the aquifer and building our tavern, or continued it, and then I posted my save file. The next person to take over was Wolfest Wolf, and now I'm in an ad break, so I will scroll down ever so slightly. All of the save files are available here, by the way, including the original one, which is pinned right there in this Discord room. And everybody is attaching their save files as they finish their session. So even if you're not taking part officially, feel free to download it and do whatever the hell you want with it. Feel free to download it and, explore Legends as well. Now we're going to read Wolfest Wolf. See what they came up with. So Snowstar is asking what happened to the one population drop. I retired and reclaimed the fort, hoping that it would stop hell from infinitely collapsing, and it did, briefly. But we did lose a dwarf in that time. I don't know where they went. You'd have to go look in Legends. Me retiring and reclaiming the fortress is what did it. So I don't actually know. But yeah, the end of this is going to be all of these posts, terrible writing and all, are going to be shared on, I'm just going to post them on my blog. If people want to mirror this to the Bay 12 forums as well, feel free. I don't care. Do what you want to do with it. Other people, Urist Games in Twitch chat, who somebody can shout them out if they want, if there's a moderator around, streamed their segment as well. So you're allowed to do whatever you want with it, but this isn't supposed to be a streamer event. This is just a community event. So the goal here is to make a basically collaborative role-playing event, primarily. That's the goal. On the 1st of Moonstone, the year 175, beginning of winter, it was decided that the hamlet was to ignore the rumbling pit, and it would eventually pass, and with a bridge over it, there was no fear of monsters and clowns escaping. The first order of business was to dig down and create space for the dwarves' bedrooms. The designs were a bit lofty, and there was only 2 miners of note. Lorbam was rather upset. It made sense as she saw her lover's body, Nomal, when he passed. Horrified seeing Nomal's dead body, Copperbuck's dead body. Nomal died when a bunch of it was an ogre, right? Or was it a troll? Oh no, it was a giant olm. Giant olm killed him. So this is Lorbam, one of our miners. Oopsies. And of course, the bedroom setup. On the 24th of Moonstone, terrifying sounds were heard coming from the pit, muffled by water, thankfully. There was a mixture of mouse squeaks and roaring fires. Legend claims down below fire specters of flames, a mouse composed of fire, with a curving horn and a deadly poisonous sting. It's weird that this one doesn't have the new sprite, but a lot of them do. Huh. Very large mouse composed of flame. It has long curving horn and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison sting. On the 25th of Moonstone, our drink stocks were dangerously low. The dwarves were seen drinking from the brook. The order was given to brew more drink and to harvest more plants from the surface to brew into drink. On the 18th of Opal, the bedrooms were mostly complete. Weird. I thought I felt my phone vibrating, but it wasn't. The bedrooms are mostly complete. And the order was given to smooth them and make the lives of the dwarves a tiny bit better, while living next to a pit where screams of the damned could be heard. Little did the dwarves know that there was ice next to the magma, with the miasma rising from the lava from a rotting magma crab at the bottom of the pit. So the bedrooms are coming along, ice at the bottom, and the rotten crab. Smooth like brain. Yes. Smooth like brain. Smooth like floor. On the 20th of Opal, a human bard called Wisho Drum Standards had arrived. He wished to perform and was curious about the end of roads. He brought his own instrument, a groundhog bone aho. Ahbo? Ahbo. I'm not sure how to say that. I'm just going to pretend that the D is like silent because ahdo is hard to say, so maybe it's like ado. I don't know. Adu, perhaps. A kind of pipe wind instrument. Sadly, it was not a kind of drum befitting his name. Even sadder, he did not have anyone to watch. The tavern being empty with the tavern being empty and the recent drink shortage. I think that the important thing here is that his spouse is named Sizzleskins. A flembo, yes. Achpu, or achtu, basically. Very empty tavern, yes. On the 25th of Opal, Grey Langers had come to rob us of our food. Our fearless expedition leader, Sodal's silvery cult, drew her crossbow. It says his here, but it's a she, and that's corrected later on. Drew her crossbow and started firing bolts at them. 2 days later, the Langer menace was still around, and Lorbam's silvery bowel, the miner, no relation to the expedition leader, was just finished getting inebriated when he spotted one of them flying into a rage and chasing the poor primate down before killing them. Killing the langur, on her way to a meeting, she spotted another langur, flying into another rage and striking down yet another primate. She has earned themselves the nickname Primate Striker, due to courageously striking down multiple of the primate menace. I mean, the battle rages, I'm not scared. I must withdraw, though. Doesn't feel anything after improving mining. At least she's euphoric due to inebriation. No Mole Copperbuck was such a good name. So, now Primate Striker. Made rain in hell? I mean, basically, yeah. On the 1st of Granite, the first day of spring, it was noticed that our doors were made of wood. And with fire now spreading throughout the caverns due to the flame specters, it was only a matter of time before they would burn the doors down and destroy the fort. Quickly, the dwarves constructed hatches and locked them to prevent the foul beasts below the surface from breaking in, giving the dwarves, hopefully, some much-needed time. Is the dwarf trained at all? If no, monkeys. If trained, maybe dwarf? With winter out of the way and the 7th of Granite in 276, the decision was made to expand the tavern. The best in the world is surely to help the temper and anger of the fellow dwarves. Our distant northwest were experiencing at each. Oh, I see. It was definitely going to help temper the anger of our distant dwarven factions, the two that are at war. I really like this design. I don't know. I just kind of threw it together on a day. I like that there's miasma in the corner. It's a nice touch. On the 11th of Slate, the construction of the tavern is almost complete. Unfortunately, they were unable to attract any migrants this season. Let's hope that this is not a bad omen for the future of the fortress. The 27th of Slate, the construction of the tavern had concluded for now, and doubling the size compared to before construction. Looks great, honestly. You think a cool nickname would improve your mood? Oh yeah, generally. On the 4th of Fellsight, unbeknownst to the dwarves, the Wraith of Steams gave birth to another Wraith of Steam, quite terrifying. You know, this is kind of funny to me because, like, I've seen demons very frequently have, like, octuplets and stuff. I was thinking about this after the first session, going, like, we're going to have problems with demon breeding. On the 18th of Fellsight, and the construction of walls around the entrance of the fortress is underway. It is simple, but in the coming years, it expanded and will be a sight to behold. You realize that if nobody's done this yet, I'm going to put corners in here. I'm going to round this structure. I hope you realize this. On the 23rd of Hematite, construction is finally complete. No, the walls are still square. And many issues were had, with dwarves becoming dazed and seemingly stuck in place on the surface. Most likely, the pit is having some effect on them, or the fact that they are seeing daylight for the first time in months. Hot demon on demon action? Yeah, I had to cave in a cavern layer once to kill, like, it was like 100-something jade brutes. Why that one brick different? Literally unplayable. Anyways, shoutouts to the Green Goblins, be going full goblin mode. The Wraith of Steam has given birth to twins, and the Green Fiend has given birth to triplets and twins.
SURPEISE attack WAAGGHA.
The DSEC, thank you very much for the 12th month. Welcome back. On the 23rd of Hematite, the construction is finally complete. Yeah, okay, there we go. And in the bowels of hell, the Green Fiends, a blob composed of vomit, are multiplying. They're just like rolling into each other, bumping into each other. Some even giving birth to twins and triplets. On the 26th of Hematite, the renovations of the bedrooms and recreation parts of the fortress are underway. 2 big rooms will remain empty until a purpose is discovered. I like the pre-planning. On the 15th of Malachite, post-fights, the War Dog managed to kill 9 Grey Langurs. Truly, we are blessed with a war animal to take on the great Grey Langur menace. Him and Primate Striker are keeping our fortress safe. That's a lot of kills. Like, for a dog? For the second season in a row, we have not attracted migrants. This is probably because I reclaimed the fortress. A grim omen not to get any migrants in midsummer. Perhaps the late summer trade caravan will spread the word of this tavern next to the Hell Pit. On the 26th of Malachite, the Sanctum of Glows was constructed, a temple dedicated to Etur, the oily rock of Aquamarine, the deity of fire and metals, an unorganized religion with 11 worshippers. Many artworks in the bedrooms depict the deity as a female dwarf. On the 10th of Limestone, a very nice pinup of a female dwarf, I presume. On the 10th of Limestone, saw a caravan from Kumil arrive. It also brought with the outpost liaison Alath Romskaigun. A request was made for hematite and bituminous coal was made for hematite and bituminous coal was made for next year. Protecting ourselves will be key in the upcoming years. We also informed a need for headwear and plants is expected in the next year, with an expected offer in inflation of 189%. I think there is actually magnetite on this map, and I think I know where it is. So if that hasn't been dug for yet, I might do that today. The dwarves also began mining a lair to attempt to train out miners and get more boulders for our masons, and hopefully find some metal for our blacksmiths. On the 5th of Timber, migrants arrived. They made their way in quietly. I barely noticed as they arrived. If you go into your announcements, you can actually enable it so that you get a pop-up when they arrive. I find that helpful personally. The most interesting dwarves are in the family that arrived. Avuz Lolorsil and Amos Metal Deg arrived with their 2 children, Moses and Lor. They, all but the mother, Avuz, worship the same deity, Lek. She, however, worships Etur Uzolid Umost, and has a pet cavy pup. Lek is the god of death, methinks. The Scalded Cult. What a good name, man. On the 14th of Timber, the petition for the Scalded Cult was completed, and Kosoth Kolrodor, a peasant skilled in lying and flattery, was named priest. On the 1st of Moonstone in the year 276, a year later, we stand at a population of 32. The majority of the population are somewhat happy, with the most unhappy being Primate Striker, who is still depressed after witnessing her lover die, and is unhappy being unable to spend time with family. The tavern can still do with expanding and adding proper block flooring for the rest, and adding in more furniture. A tavern keeper may not be a bad idea at this point either. Below the surface, the cavern layers burnt to a crisp. Due to the demons, a patchwork of other cavern layer growth are appearing. Often, we can hear the scratches from the demons below the bridge, above the reservoir, desperate to escape the pit and cause havoc. That will be something for next year we will have to face. All right, so that's part 1. Now I'm going to scroll down to part 2. If you'd like to download the save file at that point, before Eurus took it, you can get it right there. On to Eurist's posts. So Eurus did stream their posts, and the links to those VODs are available as well. Punch Elves! Thanks for the gift sub. Appreciate you. So then afterwards, and yesterday, Eurus completed their session. So the way this is working basically is in between sessions, as many people can go as possible, but they all have to play a year and they all have to write their segment. So I ping the next person in the list, and in theory, they have the whole week to finish their segment. But if they finish it within the week, they ping the next person, and if that person has time, they can get it done before Friday, they can play their segment as well. So we got 2 this week. The Chronicle of Azradan Underhouse, year 276 to 277. First of Moonstones 276. As winter descends on Winterhouse? What? On Underhouse. The fortress is a fledgling state. You managed to speedrun yours. You got it in less than 12 hours. That was pretty fast, yeah. It was the weekend, though, so you kind of had the advantage there, I think. Things are beginning to take shape. As the dwarves have carved out a home above the unrelenting rumble of the unimaginable horror below. Below their feet. Stocks of food and drink are overflowing, and the tavern attracts new visitors every day. This is true. Well, maybe not overflowing, but they've definitely grown. The living area is completed with room for each of the dwarves, and some to spare for expected migrants. As word of the potential of Underhouse spreads. I keep almost saying Underhome or Winterthrone, and that's because my brain is broken. Please don't hate me. I will not complain about the engraved non-constructed walls. I will not complain about the engraved non-constructed walls. That too will bring danger. So it has to be decided that no time should be wasted. Setting up military to protect Underhouse for more conventional threats. Designs have been drawn up for a surface barracks for the military and a training area for Mark's dwarves, and work has been ordered to start immediately. At the time, we will work on the beginnings of smelting, forges, and crossbow industries to properly arm our soldiers. And it is time, and it is decided that the design will incorporate the existing bridge. I think next time I'm going to copy this into a document so I can zoom in a bit more, because this is really hard for me to read. I didn't realize it would get oppressive after a while, but learning for next week. We'll incorporate the existing bridge, giving the soldiers a place to train where they can respond quickly to threats and allow them to acclimate to the surface. All right, sure, we can work with that. I also like the sketches. The sketches are A+. 4th of Moonstone, 276. Thief, protect the horde from skulking filth. 2 kobolds attempted to sneak into the fortress. The pair dart off as soon as they are spotted. Interestingly, the 2 turn out to be cousins, simply local kobold troublemakers, or perhaps probing our defenses. The dogs are able to drive off the kobolds easily enough, and the incursion highlights the fortress's vulnerability. Far larger threats lurk beyond the fortress walls, to say nothing of the horrors that lurk below. The security and protection of our dwarves at arms cannot come soon enough. So we got Shibish Lomus and Srildish Alurbin. Did they get killed, Urist, or... Also, out of curiosity, how are we all feeling about this? Because this is going to be the format of the Friday streams. Until further notice. 19th of Moonstone, 276. The forge and furnaces have been constructed, and the construction of the barracks is well underway. Because another thing I'm kind of thinking about doing is making more of a, like, once the fortress is done, making a video out of this, of mostly me reading with the screenshots, and then also combined with my gameplay, but we'll see what that actually ends up looking like. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. Also, let's take a look at that barracks. I like that barracks design. I saw a little bit of one of Urist's streams, but I tried my best not to watch too much because I wanted to read this for the first time. It's not really Legends stream, but... Is the construction running Merlin buff? Yes. I'm hearing thump, 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 thump. Almost a year now. Hope you remember things. You'll be fine, I'm sure. All right, so this is the barracks that's being constructed. It's kind of like a tower setup, I think. Kind of reminds me of like a Terran barracks from StarCraft. With the barracks completed and the commemorative statues are installed to mark the occasion, Jabok and Olin do the honors. With the building commemorated, the task remains to arm the select first batch of recruits. Got the statues commemorating Cole, the dwarf who is laboring, which relates to the settling of the dwarf Cole in Underhouse in the midsummer of 275, as well as a horse. And the horse is falling. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the horse, because we slaughtered them. I think I slaughtered that horse in the first year. On the 6th of Opal, 276, Ingush Olslaneth is overtaken by a strange mood and withdraws from society. Ooh, an armorer. That's fun. Well, it's been going since the 6th, so it's already not ended swiftly. They are definitely like starting to rebuild the road, though, so I think we're probably past the halfway point. She quickly claims the newly built metalsmith forge and collects some pig iron bars and begins working secretly. It's a shame that all we had was pig iron, but... What kind of metals do we have in the forge, out of curiosity? It's right here. It's just this tab. You should just have access to it. There's also this one, which is for people who want to organize other succession forts. If there's like interest or desire for multiple successions, I was just going to make another forum like the Games Talk forum here, and just let people start their own and run them in Discord forums. If people want that. Because that's kind of one of my hopes here is that, like, because this one has like, what, 35 people or something in it, it's going to take years in-game, weeks, real life, to like get a turn. So, like, if this is something people want to take part in, I think you might need to enable all of the rooms. But it shouldn't be restricted in any way. Let me just double check. No, everybody should have full permissions. Is it not accessible? Can somebody please explain to me how Discord works? Scroll up to the top of Discord here, where it says channels and roles. I think you should be able to see that, because I think you can see that on other Discords too. And just make sure that you have it enabled. Because if you don't have it enabled, it won't show it to you by default like that. You can hide channels you did it by accident. I know I accidentally hid one channel once and then forgot it was there, but... Is it like in here maybe? Yeah, I'm not sure. What is the little yellow robot on my taskbar? This? You spotted Firebot. That's my bot. That's Crypt Calcium. All right. Where was I? After 6 days, English emerges from the forge, covered in soot, and presents her creation, Ishlodith, a thin pig iron left gauntlet. Could do better. Not the greatest. Offering it to the Midnight Road as Underhouse's first artifact. While not particularly impressive or useful, it shall become a symbol of Underhouse's generations to come. Meanwhile, the process of selecting recruits for the military is underway. While lacking combat skills, several promising candidates are given the honor to serve Underhouse as Marksdwarves. While the reformation of the military, and not all at all because Overseer accidentally pressed the disband squad button, the Marksdwarf squad is officially christened the Gloved Clouds. So we've got our new recruits. So Silob, Led, Olin, and Ezem. Almost Blocked Even identifies herself as being being competent with a spear. Identifies himself as being competent with a spear, and volunteers to lead the newly formed melee squad. Well, I mean, competent. He's also burned wood once or twice before. We've also got the outer battlements built now, which is nice. Nice. Tavern continues work too. In the 18th of Obsidian, fortifications complete the Marksdwarves can begin patrolling the walls. And First of Granite 277, spring has come to Underhouse. With some semblance of security, the future of the fortress is looking promising. We are hoping to welcome new migrants in the coming season and begin preparations for the traders, scheduled to arrive in the fall. It defaulted to unselected. Well, it should be visible. I mean, I don't know how to make it default to any other thing. Although it is a well-known fact that I am very incompetent when it comes to actually managing a Discord server. So, yeah. Lud spots a kobold skulking around the fortress in the 3rd of Granite 277 and manages to get a shot off before the miserable creature flees into the night. Correct. Miserable indeed. I like the shot of the bolt right there. It's good stuff. It seems the patrolling Marksdwarves are already serving their duty, defending the fortress as another kobold is spotted a short time later. They seem to be growing kobolder, and hopefully the knowledge that the ramparts are now patrolled by armed dwarves dissuades these rapscallions. I know. Terrified while in conflict. I wonder if that hit him. In 277, an elven caravan from Todvikira has come. The fortress only has a handful of crafts that the elves might accept, highlighting the need to pressure some trading goods. Before the dwarven caravan arrives in the fall, they are not carrying much of value. However, as a gesture of goodwill towards the elves, a few baubles are traded for a coyote, and a small offering of craft dwarfship is made to Todvikara's ruler. I do find trading for their fruits are often pretty good early on, because I tend to bring stuff you don't have, or don't have as ready access to. Goodwill towards elves? Waiting for some ads to run through. I really like the way this tavern is looking, guys. Like, I don't know if I'm just tooting my own horn too much with this, but like, as just like a 20-minute mock-up when I was like very distressed by the fact that there was a hole leading directly to the center of the fucking earth in the middle of the fort map. I think it turned out pretty well for what it is. I look forward to expanding it. Should be fun. Waiting for these ads to end in 50 seconds, and then we'll continue. No, the hole wasn't intended. The hole to hell was not intended. If you go, there's a clip of me just settling and then immediately clicking the OK button for the starting thing. It's like, and then you get the breaching hell notification instantly. You like to buy livestock or cloth from them? Gotcha. I don't generally buy cloth from them. Mostly because I don't generally buy cloth from anybody because I'm usually like covered in cloth. No, totally. It's definitely been a bit of a pain because it is built right in an aquifer, right? Wolfus Wolf, but that's kind of like me, the way I play this game. It's like, well, it was a pain in the ass to build, but it looks really cool. Some of the migrants have arrived, a total of 19, plus several critters. We're up to 42 dwarf. Among the new arrivals are some skilled soldiers, which will be a welcome addition to filling out the fledgling squads. First of Slate 277, the migrants are settling in. The order is given to expand the living space to give them a place to call home. Meanwhile, the weaponsmiths began using the limited steel the fortress has produced to forge weapons for the nascent military. The next important piece of infrastructure missing from the fortress is a hospital. Work has begun to outfit an area for our medical dwarves to work to heal the sick and wounded of Underhouse. 18th of Slate, 277. The living quarters expansion has been excavated and smoothed, and the furnishings are being constructed. I will not get upset on the lack of flooring. I will not get upset about the lack. I will build flooring, though. The hospital has also been completed, and it must be stocked with medical supplies, ideally before they are actually needed. That's a nice little hospital, though. I like the look of that. I mean, it's just a light aquifer, right? So it's as active as a light aquifer can get. The first of Felsite 277, a cistern is constructed in order to provide a reliable water source for the fortress. I'm presuming yours to still, like, keeping, what's it called? Cave-ins off is still mandatory for this fort, yeah? I may need to enable it if something's going to cave in, but... My phone's plugged in behind me, and I thought I heard it vibrating. Nope, that's just the construction. A cistern is constructed as a reliable water source for the fortress. So well water, I guess. Avos Letter Plains is possessed by unknown forces. They claim a carpenter's workshop and demand gems, wool, and thread. The fortress has plenty of wood and a few rough gems. However, thread is extremely short supply and will need to be procured quickly. Did they actually state wool specifically? Yeah, it cave-ins off. Okay. I'll disable it shortly after loading then. Hastily, llamas are ordered to be sheared and foragers are sent out to the surface in search of rope to hopefully supply Avos with their needed cloth and thread. I think securing the first cavern layer is going to be a fun task. Oh, did the dwarf almost die? There is a sense of worry that Avos requires silk for their creation, which due to not having access to the cavern layers, would require waiting for a trade caravan. A cheer of relief rang out as the first bolt of hope. Reed cloth is woven, and Avos immediately runs to collect it. That depends on how good the Mark Swerves are, Bismuth. With her resources collected, Avos begins work on her mysterious construction. Numlegom, she mutters. Avos completes her artifact, dubbed Numlegon, a willow table, and offers it to the Midnight Road. The whole ordeal highlights the need to prepare for a good trading in order to procure resources that can only be imported from the mountain home. You know, I may try and figure out a way to get silk, because spiders do travel through fortifications. So if we can find a cavern layer that's like secluded, where the demons don't generally or aren't generally visible, and you put fortifications up and dig out an area, spiders will populate it and will leave silk everywhere. So I'll see if I can do that today. The first of Hematite, 277. Summer has arrived on the calendar, with access to the caverns cut off and the lack of available resources becoming more apparent to the dwarves. Efforts will be made to produce trade goods for the coming caravan. However, dependence on the mountain home is merely a crutch. Perhaps now a new mine shaft could be excavated to allow the dwarves access to the rich resources deeper without exposing the vulnerable fortress to the horrors that haunt the caverns. Engineers are put to the task of identifying a potential makeshift mineshaft location. A group of kobold thieves are spotted, trying to sneak into the fortress, and are quickly driven off. I really like the red. We lucked out so much on the materials in this one. Jeez. A location for a new mine shaft is chosen, and that will allow the dwarves to dig deeply without breaching the caverns. And the horrors that lurk within should allow them to access to the metals and resources and in the deeper geology, as well as providing a way to reach the base of the hell pit when the fortress has the resources to come up with a solution. Twelfth of Hematite, 277. A caravan of humans arrives to trade with the dwarves of Underhouse. Visitors from abroad of different cultures. I've definitely had, so bouncing off what Clem Hazard said about spiders, they didn't know that spiders could travel through fortifications. I've had a number of fortresses that had like nothing growing on the surface, so no surface plants, where the caverns were like prohibitively dangerous for one reason or another, where I just basically dug out like a third of a cavern layer and just fortified a chunk of the walls, and then just waited for like 6 months in game, and it was just full of silk, so... the High Treasurer extends his greetings on behalf of the Merchants Guild to Helmet Venom, sharing news of the outside world. Helmet Venom was one of the dwarves that I named because he got bit by a helmet snake and didn't die. Sharing news of the outside world. Taking request for the next year's trade caravan. The High Treasurer's request of Underhouse, tanned hides and armor. Okay, so they want us to give them tanned hides and armor. Got it. So that's what I need to make, right? Are we actually like trying to give them what they ask for? Because if so, like we can make sure that that's a thing. Migrants arrived, it looks like, in midsummer. So migrants have arrived. 8 dwarves joined the fortress, which will make new fine additions to Underhouse, which means we probably have a mayor now, yeah? The Communion of Gravel files a petition for a temple to be constructed, and statues and an altar are immediately commissioned, and an area excavated to the house of the new temple. Red walls for the Hellfort, yeah. So, more space for temples, etc. On the 5th of Galena 277, a baby boy is born in Underhouse. Welcome, Obok Hoofgears. I like how it's the sacred deity, or the sacred duty, who gives birth to the baby. It's like the religious leader who does. It's a shame it's not a god of, like, pregnancy or something. Toulon Begates! Toulon Begates is taken by a Fey mood and claims a metalsmith's forge. However, with all the steel used to arm the military, the prospectors race to strike a magnetite vein in the newly opened mine shaft. Oh. 15th of Galena, 277. The Weresloth administrator Esme Quathilzif has come. A large sloth twisted into humanoid form. It's crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow scarlet. Its midnight blue hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. You can, but there is a problem with Forgotten Beasts. For some reason, Forgotten Beast web value is 0, so you can't trade it unless it's in a bin. which makes it kind of a pain in the ass. Sure, you can, but then you still need to open up the caverns to let the thing in. So let's just say for some reason your cavern layer is full of demons. Could you let a forgotten beast into your fortress to be able to trap it and then use it to shoot webs? Sure, but then you'd still have to, like, open your fort up to that kind of danger. That's the issue. Mere steps from the gates, the only hope that the terrifying beast is indeed a sloth, Mere steps from the gates, the only hope is that the terrifying beast is indeed sloth-like, so the lever might be pulled before it can get inside. That is an incredible sprite, I have to say. Expert blowgunner? Well, Mark's dwarves are loosing bolts. The sloth misses its mark. The shots miss its mark, and the creature, despite its sloth-like appearance, is quite fast and rushes Ezem, pulling her down from the walls and biting her, dooming her to the same terrible fate as the wretched beast. Well, that's pretty brutal. Oof. And the turkey, clearly. The battle rages with Edom, helpful stake, and the war dog joining the fray. Edom manages to get a good strike with her. With her battle axe, spilling the wretched creature's stinking guts. It's underneath the dog, but it's there, I swear. Despite her injuries, Ezem fights on, firing at the creature, as Edom and the war animals try to cut the monster down. Tragically, Edom is bitten as well. F's for Edom. Chat, can I get a round of F's for all the brave dwarves who fell? After a fraught battle, the monster is finally killed, but not before another dwarf is cursed by the werebeast's bite. The Diagnoser, I think? No. Yes, the Diagnoser. The stricken dwarves are taken to the hospital to recover. However, with being cursed to become a weresloth on each full moon, the difficult decision is made to banish them to protect the fortress. "18th of Galena, 277. A petition is formed to construct a guild hall for all the crafts dwarfs of the Silken Company. Which is the Silken Company. Must be like a weaving related guild. We've got another artifact, Toulon, which is... Toulon has gathered his materials and begins furiously working on a mysterious construction. Toulon completes his construction in an iron sarcophagus, claiming it as a family heirloom. Our craft starship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with donkey leather and encircled with bands of iron and rectangular fire agate cabochons and rectangular chalk cabochons. On the item is an image of the flaxen crypts of the giant cheetah and Lebe mountain board, the human in magnetite. Cool. What'd you do with the sarcophagus, if I can ask? As summer gives way to autumn, there is a bittersweet mood among the dwarves. Much progress has been made for the past few months, but with the recent weresloth attack and the expulsion of the cursed heroes to the harsh wilderness, there is resolve amongst the dwarves to prepare for the coming winter. 57 dwarves is pretty good, though. I mean, pretty damn good. Horrifying abominations are spotted, lurking near the fortress walls. Are these visitors or a siege? He made a tomb for him with his coffin? Oh, I would have stuck it in the temple because I think it is to the god of death, isn't it? Oh, they're thieves, I see. I love their little antenna. They kind of look like a 60s alien. Like something that you'd see in like Invaders from Mars or something. Well, they seem to be hacking them to pieces pretty effectively. The military rushes out to intercept the intruders. And they are quickly eliminated. However, the question remains. Who sent these horrible monsters? And what was their mission? There's a lot of blood. Your headcanon is that a Forgotten Beast silk is like a sacred artifact, considering every Forgotten Beast is associated with spheres of worship. I mean, that's not a bad headcanon. I mean, like, the reality is I think just named items are considered artifacts, and technically Forgotten Beasts items are named. But I don't know if that would classify them as that. The Dwarven caravan has arrived. Goods began to hastily move to the trade depot. The liaison from the mountain homes meets Sodell. The trading contract is struck, and the mountain home requests sheets for the next year's caravan. Sheets, okay, paper. Meanwhile, the broker secures a much-needed silk in the corner. Tenth of Moonstone, 277, a display of commemoration of the accomplishments of the year 277. Coins are minted, and silver is mined in Underhome. Using the silver mined in Underhouse itself. I keep saying Underhome. We should queue up a seasonal coin mint. And put them on pedestals or something. That could be fun. Celebrations, however, are cut short, as a werebear is spotted just beyond the fortress walls. Deng Urubazom has come. Beaver, not bear. A large beaver twisted into humanoid form. Oh no, not the Canadians. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow yellow. Its charcoal hair is very curly. Beware its love of maple trees. You will know why you fear the night. God, I love the werebeaver sprite. It's so good. It's so good. Doomid Broadsword. What a good last name. Immediately rushes to engage the monster while Olin Ringborn fires from the ramparts. The battle rages, with more soldiers rushing to help Dumad fight the beast. Horrifying speech rings out as Dumad plunges his spear into the creature's heart. Finally, the monster is slain, with no dwarves suffering the horrible fate of the werebeaver's curse. Not bad, that's what you want to see, right? Set a coin job to repeat yearly. You do that in most of your sports. Oh, sweet. Well, there you go. I'll have to build some, like, pedestals or something. Maybe we could put them around, like, the ring edge outside of the fortress or something. Some more migrants arrived. 6 more dwarves joined the ranks of Underhouse. Up to 63 dwarves. Should we set a population cap? Is that something we care about? As the fall draws close, there is a sense of accomplishment amongst the dwarves of Underhouse. Despite the dangers and constant rumblings in the deep, they have managed by a dint of effort. What does that mean? They have managed by a dint of effort to make this place a home that is both sufficient and secure. By a dent of? That's probably what it means. I mean, dent makes sense. Huh. I've never seen that turn of phrase before. Learn something every day, hey? Laura Pass Vessel has been taken by a Fey Mood and claims a boyer's workshop and immediately begins collecting wood and silk before setting work on his construction. He soon presents his creation, a sleek willow crossbow, claiming it as a family heirloom. And in the first of Moonstone 277, as winter descends on Underhouse, the dwarves take a moment to reflect on the previous year. Much progress has been made, and the dwarves are proud of their accomplishments. The military squads are nearly at full strength, and the hospital is up and running, and has seen its first patients. The tavern has been paved and appointed, and new temples and the Craftsdwarfs Guild have been founded. Access to valuable metals have been secured, and silver and steel pour from the forges. The smiths work around the clock to hammer out arms and armor for the military. Underhouse can finally call itself a proper fortress. Quite an accomplishment, considering the ominous rumbling in the deeps. With her immediate survival assured, the dwarves now have the freedom to pursue more lofty goals. Will they turn their attention to retaking the caverns and finding a way to finally sealing off the Hell Pit? Or perhaps they will focus their efforts on exploring the wider world. Or even pursue some of the not yet finalized, or perhaps pursue some end not yet finalized. Only time will tell. I mean, to be fair, there is like fluxstone kind of everywhere and iron very close by. There is the YouTube playlist in the Discord for anybody who wants it. And there's the save, which I currently have loaded up. You know, I'm not going to lie, that took way longer for me to read through it than I was expecting. But here we are. So I would like your review, chat. People seem to enjoy it at their halfway point. What are we working on now? What's the goal for our section? It's Underhouse V4. It's this one, 277, early winter. We have from early winter until early winter. Lots happening. Yep. I need to open up a. I need to do two things. I need to start my recording. And I need to go grab me my Word document. That's not Word document, it's a LibreOffice, but... All right. Just gonna quickly save as. Soap cloth industry? I think they already have a well up and running. With a spell check plugin? Yeah, I'm just using LibreOffice Writer, it's fine. I feel like I'm misusing Notepad++ if I use it for anything other than, like, editing a INI file. 132 hostiles. All right. Let's see where we're at. So as a reminder, we're not naming dwarves the way we normally do. We name dwarves after things that they do. I need to kind of explore. I need to use the toilet, and I need to disable cave-ins. All right. 2 seconds, chat. I will be back in the 1 moment. Also, I'm just going to get some ads running because they're going to run in a minute anyway. Might as well run them right now. Yeah, 4 minutes away. BRB chat. 2 seconds.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Whoa, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
You fucking donkey!
All right.
Bring out your dead!
So, let's explore. The hole to hell is right here, and it's not a joke. Beneath this water reservoir right here is a bridge. This bridge goes all the way down to actual hell. There are some weird anomalies with the bottom of this, where the lava is falling is just infinite cave-in notifications forever. Well, what up? It's good to see you. Also, is OBS lagging? Like, is my camera lagging? Hold on, let me check something in my camera. This may actually break my camera momentarily, but... Hold on. I know, I figured it would freeze it. Give me a sec. I think my camera's in 4K right now when it's supposed to be in 1920 by 1080. So let me just fix that real quick. Which is like making the camera's frame rate shit. Okay. Still not great for some reason. Seems a bit better. Odd. Regardless, though, it does seem a little bit better now. Okay, let's move down. So that goes all the way down to hell. In here we've got the tavern, which seems to be quite busy. We've got some cultureless elves and goblins. Fun times. I've got to move all of the... I think I'm going to change where the kitchens are. Where's this water coming from? Oh, well. I may move this door so that I can plug this. Or do something with this. Like maybe move the door over here so that I can... It's like this is just going to be full of mud forever. Alright, well, I'll have to do something with that. Down here we've got... there's the hospital. It's probably blocked ring. Okay. Down here is like the main layer number 1. Got the turquoise chapel, the shrine of earth. All of the bedrooms. Plenty of them unclaimed, which is good. Actually, how many of them are claimed? All right. We add turrets to our square wall. I was kind of thinking about making an outer wall. Oh, and then down here are the tombs. Which one's got the artifact in it then? There's the artifact one. Coffin Cat? Where'd the name Coffin Cat come from specifically? Scrolling down, we've got, okay. So this is where all that mining is going on. And that's the alternative mine shaft. This is where everything is sealed off. Not sure why that got blocked. Huh. Oh, I know what that was. Oh, wow, they did actually break the doors down. Huh. Cool. I guess it must have been the Spectre of Flames that broke through the doors. So have we gone deeper than this? Yes, we have. Okay, what do we have? We've got Dolomite, Claystone. Ooh, we need some of that Claystone Shale. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Well, you know what I might do? I might make a minecart route, bringing stuff up. You plugged the leak, you think? You tried to make a little display and didn't realize that aquifers leak downwards? Yeah, aquifers leak through, ceilings. So unless you remove, like, the floor and the ceiling above it, yeah, you won't be able to get much out of there. But in regards to metal, if we follow this... Uh-oh. Yikes. If we follow this... yeah, it's like... Oh. Why is there a... Oh, I see. Okay, these aren't connected, are they? Because I didn't realize there was, like, such a quick ramp all the way down into here. Because this is, like, I guess a downward slope? So this comes down here. Goes down to there. I think it's a natural cave. Anyway, there are some areas, and like this isn't the only one, but if I go up, yeah, like up here, there's magnetite right there. But I guess like down in that cave. This is all what? Galena? So what I could do is I could make a minecart route going from here to the surface. I'm going to take basic notes. This last time I kind of wrote as I was going. This time I think I'm just going to take basic notes with the dates, and then I'll elaborate on them later. So I'm writing here. I'll just show you guys what I'm writing. Frame rate seems better on the camera now, hey? Early winter plans for ore transport were set in place. The dwarves wanted to use minecarts to speed up production. Won't that let clowns get access to the surface? The natural cave? No. I'm not gonna mine through the edge of this. I'm just mining up to the edge. Not through the edge. And the cave won't. It's just to the next cavern layer. What are they fighting? Oh, they're fighting against... Oh boy, that's a problem. The other thing that I'm thinking about doing is finding a spot either in this cavern layer Or maybe like a little bit higher, like up here. And I do mean like right here. And setting it up so that my dwarves can shoot bolts into this cavern layer to try and get rid of some of these Wraiths of Steam. Because these Wraiths of Steam are just snails composed of steam. And if we could, like, pick some of them off, that would be incredible training. The problem is, like, where they're located right now is very inconvenient. Just trying to get a good, an idea of a good spot to, like, this would be a good spot for this. But all this is in the way. All right, we'll see you later, Yerst. Or actually over here might not be bad. Or along this wall. What do you guys think? Because we could also just, like, go roughly here. And just fortify that, and they could just shoot out this way as stuff comes up. And I could just have them training here. I mean, how many squads do we have right now? One Marksdwarf squad. One of these squads. I really wish that we named this fortress Kill Pit or something, but it's kind of what it is. The killing floor, you know? I also wish this cavern layer was taller. Yeah, it's between this layer or this layer, I think. I mean, this is actually the better side to do this sort of stuff on. Like right here. Actually might even be better. Because then another thing that we could do is we could... This is playing with fire. I could go right above this. And then I could dig north, maybe. And then go down to, like, right here. And then connect to this with a drawbridge. Put an animal right here, and then try and tempt them towards it. All right, well, those are 2 projects for the day. I'm going to try and build a defensive structure to fend off the demons, and we're going to build transportation for minecarts. That's the 2 plans I'm going to work on today. So let's do this. Let's begin. Actually, I just realized I'm kind of doing this backwards. It's been a minute since I've done one of these. So the way to actually do this is to do it the ramp up in the middle. Yeah, that's the way to do it. The dwarves are just going to be pushing it, so it doesn't matter too much. So go up, then up, then up, then up, then up, then up, and a ramp, 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 and a ramp. So chat, you guys ever do stuff like this with minecarts? I mean, maybe ideally I can think of this as like a way to help people learn minecarts, maybe. And then once we hit here, I need to move to the stairs. Because when we hit here, we're going to be one away from this spot. You get pretty dizzy while doing it? Ah. Quantum stockpiles? Yeah. No, I mean, quantum stockpiles are an absolutely legitimate reason to use them. But it's also like... Oopsies, wrong spot. It's also like kind of really disorienting every time I do these because I also always do them slightly differently. And I always manage to screw them up somewhere. This will probably be high enough, I think. Actually, why don't we just dump it right here? How's health? Totally fine. How's Creed? Is this connected to anything? Yes, it is. Cool. I use quantum stockpiles on stone in basically every fort I build. Let's see what the frame rate is like. I'm also actually going to take some screenshots of this. So, who's the mayor? Oh, we don't have one yet. Sodel's the expedition leader. Actually... How are we feeling, Sodel? Wow, you're actually focused. Also hauling rope reed for some reason. I really love the little shirt that they've got on. It's a nice costume. So something I was kind of thinking about doing is potentially expanding an outer wall, because these were creatures seem to be a bit of a problem. If we can get an outer wall built, then we can set it up so that, like, because we got lots of extra livestock here, that like llamas spot the were creatures first, so that we have a little bit more of a heads up. That's kind of what I was thinking. Well, whoever it is, it ain't half full, Creed. Also writing over here. So I just wrote, as Sodel patrolled the outer walls. Kind of like thinking about like her plotting some... As Sodel patrolled the outer walls, she began to wonder if the defense of the fortress could be improved. Perhaps we needed a larger circle to ease the pressure placed on the Marks dwarves. All right. Did I just see a bolt go flying, or am I going crazy? No? Well, okay. I'm going crazy. No, she's patrolling. She's definitely patrolling. She was also hauling a piece of cloth, which was odd, but... We also appear to be using bone bolts, which is, Considering, yeah, we need to get that magnetite. What does the other squad have? Oh, I see. They, all of that metal ore that I brought with that initial day has been made into gear. Got it. Got it. And then where are they training? Actually, are they training? Okay, so this is where they're training. But they're just set to ready, not actually constant training, but they are doing the occasional demonstration, which is good. I do have one dwarf attending meeting. This is something I'm worried about. Because we don't have a mayor, Sodel is the expedition leader, meaning if a dwarf wants to attend a meeting like this, they're going to go complain at the expedition leader, and if they're patrolling, they may or may not be able to complain at somebody in charge, so I'm a little bit worried about that, but... I'm sure I could do something about Kavish being quite upset, but... take that screenshot regardless. Let's follow some of these constructions. Oh wow, this dwarf left his wife to work here. Taking screenshots and writing all the way. Godin took his job seriously. After all, he had left his home to move his home and family to live in this faraway place. Let's see what this dwarf's goals are. Let's get to know this dwarf a little bit. He wanted to build something better. Deep in the depths of these mines. Below the... or maybe next to the cursed pit? Next to that cursed pit. All the while hoping his family would or could one day join him. All right. Now let's follow this. What's this petition? Oh. Interesting. Chad, how do we feel about this human? Do we need monster hunters? Pretty well armored, all things considered. Oh no, mayor will be assigned, but it takes like 6 months because you need to wait for the next election cycle, so... It's early winter. That hasn't happened yet. The population skyrocketed up this year, so that probably won't happen until next year. Of course, the mayor will be assigned, but it's not assigned yet, and I'm not going to go reassigning the expedition leader. It's fine. She has a big stick. This is true. She also has 2 lovers and 3 children, so she's a busy one. Why is there a... oh, grumble. Passing acquaintances with many dwarves in the fort. He's a member of the Humble Realms. Wealth of Moonstone. Oh, see, the A, tangled trick, was requesting, work, was looking for work. She had heard of legendary beasts roaming the depths and wanted to take a piece for herself. Respectfully, she asked to stay in Underhouse. What do we think, chat? Let her join? Or tell her to leave? I mean, how many... I already have one other human bowman living here who's socializing. She did once kill Pelt Cult, the wife of the Beak Cult Freak. Of the Beak Freak. Of the Bleak Freak. The wife of the Bleak Freak. After telling stories of her monster... Is it a she? I'm assuming it's a she. Yes. Of her monster hunting past, the dwarves agreed to let her stay. Killing a night troll is no small feat. It's more of a meter than a foot. I'm gonna grab this as a screenshot. And also Steam one just for good measure. And we are going to accept it. No, that would be more of a Sasquatch, Mareb. A super freak? She's a super freak! Super bleak freak. Okay. Well, hopefully you're able to take on presidency. She's also a skilled pikeman, which is like more so than your average. She's also made, she's got a, okay, this is kind of a fun little detail. She's got a bleak freak bone ring. Meaning I'd be willing to bet she probably crafted that creature into something after killing it. She had a ring on her right thumb made of bleak freak bone as proof of her killing. It's pretty fucking cool, actually. Pretty fucking cool. Let's go back to the dwarves who are mining. The bleak freaks? The night trolls? Yeah. Yeah, no, they're like, some of the, how do I word this? Some of the grimmer creatures that exist. Oh, it would help if I did this. Oh, man. Is that literally it? Here, I was hoping there'd be more. Well, okay. I can just make it go further down then. Also, bleak freak is just like a fun thing to say. Just in general. All right. Let's go down. Getting there. Oopsies. All right. I can also do this, cross to there, this, cross to there. Bleak freak sounds like the bleak freaks. Yeah. Bleak and the freaky beaks. Well, this will allow me to get, you know, the Galena out of here at the very least. I don't know where the Galena is being transported, so I need to figure that out. Do we have justice turned on yet? No, I don't think. No, we do not. I'm also going to go to the expedition leader and give her founder. This is more for me. I'll write something about, like, since a mayor was going to be elected soon, like the dwarves honored her with the title. That's just my default for whenever I kind of need to keep track of the expedition leader, you know? Also, that's interesting. I didn't know that they would take meetings while it's on patrol. That's cool. She took the name founder. At this time, she knew that soon the dwarves would elect mayor, making her position obsolete. She wanted her role in the fortress to be known. I mean, nobody's really being convicted of any crimes at the moment. It might not be a bad idea, but, like, realistically, the only thing that could really do is catch criminals. And currently, I don't think we need that just yet. Tibe, thank you very much for checking out a gift. 5-pack. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that? It means a lot, dude. Also, thank you very much to everybody who tuned in for this week. To all you bleak freaks out there. Yeah, you know, honestly, now that you say it that way, it kind of reads like something that, like Kiss would say. It's like, hey, all you bleak freaks in the back! Keep those drinks full! Bleak freaks and maggots in the crowd. But yeah, I think for the moment I'm okay with withholding that. I like that this goblin used to be a member of the Fondled Seducer and has since left. Also, if I go look at the overworld and I click on news and rumors, our neighbors are sharing many rumors from the tavern. We are learning of active conflicts between the taut flies and the new torments.
This is the new torment.
The army of Subil flickered Sov? What was that? The army of Subul flickered severe marched on riddled girl. Ugh. Oh, my phone's vibrating. How we doing? We doing. We taking screenshots and writing. This is a very different way of playing Dwarf Fortress even for me. I don't know how obvious this is to you guys, but it is quite a bit different. All right, that's probably enough writing for the moment. I just wanted to add the note of these rumors. Oh, we found more magnetite. What layer is this? Minus 25. So we'll have a minecart that goes up from here, and we'll have a second one that goes up from, I'm thinking here. So I'll build a minecart stop depot thingy here. And then I'll build one at, like, up at the top when they get to that. But it's cool that we're finding more magnetite. I wonder how big this is gonna be. Let's find out. Actually, let's just automate this. Maybe. It could be very small like that other one, but I'm also actually gonna check this and just type in logs. Cherrywood logs. Let's wooden minecart. Let's go for 2 maybe. Let's just make 4. I don't know how many I'm gonna need. Are there any other minecart routes? Oh, there is. Stone and blocks, quantum stockpile for wood. Got it. Okay, another very small one. Another very small one. But how's your Friday? Chat, do you guys have any plans for the weekend? You guys up to anything fun? Do we have contact with the elves? Apparently the elves, we've traded with them once. Why? Eurus traded with them on their turn, I think. But me personally, I don't have any contact with no elves. But yeah, no, this is my second time playing a fort like this, so this is all still very new to me. At least since this version has come out. I've played other games like this, but never with Dwarf Fort. So this is going to be interesting, but the kind of big takeaway for me here is glad people are enjoying it so far. Playing a local Magic at the Gathering tournament, and you're participating in a Rightly raid train on Sunday. Oh, that's fun. I'm going to a concert on the weekend, but I also really like the quartzite. I should mine out a bunch of quartzite. I will say that we should probably repurpose these to just be quartzite redistribution eventually. Oh, there's kimberlite down here too. Is there any metal down in the magma sea? I wonder. This is also very shallow. Like, there's no lava in here because of this. Because it's all flowing into here so quickly. So, like, you could literally just build a bridge across the fucking lava sea, which is badass, by the way. Absolutely badass. All right, That's the only spot there that needs to be sealed up for this to fill up a little bit. Actually, hold on. Should I drain this? I don't think anybody's opened this since... I mean, there's just this guy right here. What do you think, chat? I mean, it is winter, right? So that's why there's ice here. But, like, if I close this, it'll be safe. Like, nothing is going to come flying out. Let's open it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Because I want to know. I don't think it's even going to fall. I mean, I'm going to have to enable cave-ins to do this, but let's find out. Hey, chat, can I get a round of ice and lava, please? Sorry about the sounds. Okay, so now that it's caving in, I'm just going to get this to flip. That's weird. Well, it's falling. See how this thing feels about swimming. Doesn't seem to feel much. Keeps going down. I could probably turn off cave-ins now, actually. But I'll wait for this to solidify, because I don't want to break the physics. So this creates more ice immediately, which is what I was curious to see. This all caves in immediately. Isn't quite able to block off that, but does block off a chunk of this. Oh, no, it does. Okay, let me just disable the incessant clicking noises. And all the water comes down. It has sealed off a bit more, it looks like. A bit more of it has sealed off. And now this should collapse and fill up by a layer, because I don't think it's draining right now. Oh, nope, it is. It's draining right here. Right there. Right there, it's draining. But still, it's going to be draining less, though. Oh, never mind. It's still all of this layer that's draining. Ah, darn. Because, like, if this is able to get sealed off and this fills up, there is a world where... It's almost like in order to actually drain that is, like... It's almost like the way to actually drain that is to, they're fighting with us, various specters, is to just pour more lava into it and then dump water on it. But, all right, where were we? There's a starving guinea pig. Let's follow the dwarves whomst digging. Why are they not digging this? I mean, that was dug. If you cast obsidian when you drop that in the middle, one size smaller in the hole. The thing is, because it's a lava flow underneath it, I don't know if it'll actually, like, continue. It might... I'm a little worried something is just gonna, like, arbitrarily block it. And I'm a little suspicious that that would happen. We're into opal now. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really the priority target right now. Because as long as that's turned off, as long as cave-ins are turned off, it's not the worst thing for the frame rate. What are these? The priority is prioritized at number 5. What is stopping them from doing it? Well, I can start this. It's all fine. Oh, I see the issue. They literally can't get to it. Because I fucked up. I went too tight on that corner. I went too tight on the corner. That is my fault. I done did a fuck up. But everybody's gonna go carve track now. Ice in the cavern's interesting. It is winter. Lanix, it's good to see you. How's the succession? Chat, how's the succession fort going? We did the full read-through of everything, and now we're, well, I'm making minecarts. I don't know about the rest of the people playing. I'm mostly making minecarts so that I'm busy down below and not worrying about the lack of constructed walls in the bedrooms. It absolutely does, Mr. Noobed, but that's kind of neither here nor there. Cool. You're late, but it looks pretty good considering 2 different kinds of were creatures arriving before. Yeah. I'm also a little worried about that. How are we doing on blocks? 180. Tons of holy bauxite. Okay. You know, since we got so much friggin' bauxite, I'm thinking about making this into the proper front door right here. So, like, maybe making an additional wall, since we're just doing the surface fort thing, around the outside, with this being the only gate, and then maybe get rid of this gate and put a wall in here, and then pasture some animals out here. Disco waffles! Round the outside, round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think would look better? This side being the front gate? Or this side being the front gate? Like, either we co-opt this into the fortress itself, North, south, east, or west. This side doesn't help much. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Disco Waffles keeping that subscription alive? Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for continuing to chill and watch the stream. North side, chat's saying? Okay. I'm thinking we do it this way. Hold on, what? Okay, so wait, where are all these blocks?
Smiley face.
Are they all constructed in wall? Ah, okay. Fair enough. So then where are the boulders then? Where's this industry? Oh, is this all chalk? Is chalk what we have lying around? Trying to figure out where stuff is stored. Oh wow, we've got lots of soap, jeez. Lots of gray hanger earrings and crowns. Okay, good to know. Chalk, quartzite. I kind of wish these walls weren't engraved. Oh well. Well, I want more red. So I'm thinking... I like how... For everybody else, it's like... Safety is the highest priority, and then for me, it's like, I want more red. There, more red. Red good cause Fiesta? Yes, this is true. Very much true. All right, we'll get more red. Red does go faster, and also because look, party time. Is chalk your only flux? I think it's chalk and marble. I can double check though. I mean, there's fuckloads of chalk though. Chalk is not really a major concern. It's getting worked on. All right, let's start getting the next carving up and in. Actually, hold up. Cool. Let's just do this. Was just worried about that one breaking the flow. And that's where we'll unload. Where are the forges? Up here? Are these all automated? And does this allow... No, it doesn't. It's just economic and other stone. Okay. Something else I could do? Actually, I think I can do this. Oh, I can go through doors. I just can't go under drawbridges. God damn it. I could be a little silly and tell him to kick it. Congratulations, Laya. You've graduated from frog to tadpole. Just trying to figure out how I could do this conveniently. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I'm gonna go up here. So it'll turn there. up here, up here, up here, up here. And so instead of going up there, I go over to here. And then right here, I will put a door right there and a drawbridge right there and connect it to the same lever as the drawbridge down below. So if we need to go, oh, fuck, because there's a problem, we can lock that. So I'm going to need one of these, and oh, that's a very, very sketchy place to put that lever, but okay, that's fine. Okay, what was the last squibbling I did? 12th of Moonstone. We're in the 8th of Opal. I'll do it again once we've got this completed. Let's just throw the 8 bauxite blocks in there. Mobile's being trashed. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I'm never super worried about running out of flux. Also because, like, there's barely any iron on this map to begin with. I think, like, the majority of the iron that we're going to end up getting is probably going to primarily come from, like traders and stuff. Or, very kind donations from the goblins. So, or whoever else we end up getting shot at by. So I'm not too worried about it. Not too worried about it. Do you have... Yes, we do. Yeah, I mean, we are at war with dwarves, right? So there is also that. Now, the other thing I would like to do is I would like to set this as not the priority route. I'm just going to do that right now. Just don't, maybe. Because right now it's being used as the priority route, which, you know, is pretty typical dwarven behavior. But also, I can just wall this off now. This is no longer really a going concern here. No train spotting. Oh, true. They may also be working on the tracks as well. Let's also go up to here. Ooh, fancy chalk door. Chat, what kind of door should I put here? Bauxite, chalk, gabbro, shale. That wasn't in the options, Shaku, but I'll note that suggestion for future reference. You like the quartzite because pink? That's true. Shale door. This is true as well, yeah. I'm gonna go with the shale door, the fancy door. I need to smooth this off and get that replaced. Bauxite is a really nice color, yeah. I was super happy when I saw all of the bauxite in this map. Okay, who's pissed? It's literally just primate. Dwelling upon lack of decent meals. Are we cooking? Also, we're making pearl ash. Does that mean we're making gold? Just kind of curious. Or not gold. Are we making glass? Who isn't cooking with magnets? I'm always cooking with magnets. Chat, are we cooking? Let him cook. You know, honestly, for the one thing to like surface all these years later, I think that like my population went up. Are announcements tied to save files? No. Okay. I thought we had 54 dwarves. Not 65. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. All right, let's go up. Oh. Why didn't you tell me that there was a stockpile down here, chat? I guess I can use this as a separate one in case we need to use this. Okay, well, I'll make a crossroads then. Buys RimWorld DLC can't survive long enough to see most of the new content. Turn down difficulty. Problem solved. Magiculus. You know, I barely use bins for bars because I usually just kind of... That's a lot of Wraiths of Steam trying to kill a toad. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous, chat. This is absolutely... All of this is for the sake of killing a toad. I think I'm going to change my course of action here. 16th of Opal. Captain's log. Stardate. 16th. Opal. Screamings sounds were heard from cavern. Sound... sounds were echoing through the stone walls below. The Wraiths of Steam had been the cries from the Wraiths of... Oh, that's a wreath. This is me justifying my actions. The dwarves had to do something. They plotted out a construction to fortify so the dwarves could loose some bolts and put an end to the noise. Now I'm going to show you my plotting. So what I'm going to do is I need to find a direct line to these creatures. Where the dwarves could shoot. And this could literally, and you know, literally if there was a box this big over here, this would be so much easier. Like this, but this fucking wall's in the way kind of deal. Kind of thinking about literally putting it right here. So they're not forgotten beasts. These are brutes. These are demons. Demons come from the underworld. It's the fun or the big spoiler of Dwarfort. This map, when upon embark, was bugged with them already being released. I didn't do that intentionally. It just happened. And so the cavern layers are all full of this hole, which goes directly down to the underworld, and released them all over the caverns. But they're made of steam, so, like, how tough can they really be? And I'm hoping dwarves could see them from here. I'm hoping. Actually, why don't I crush them? I could just fucking drop a rock on them. Why don't I just drop a rock on them? Isn't that the easy thing to do? You know, the funny thing is, the frog is currently getting beaten to death for all eternity by a Wraith of Steam. It's been beaten into exhaustion. What could possibly go wrong? In my case, very little, because I know what I'm doing. But everything, obviously. Okay, so what's the area? It's right... basically right here. So, need to go up one layer. This lower layer is just going to be dug out. I'm going to need stairs going up right here. This up here. Just going to do that. Oopsies. Would help if, like, I didn't hold down shift when I hit that button. All right, let's go here. Just snap a screenshot and a second screenshot. And then unpause. R-O-C-K, like, I wanna rock, not R-O-K as in bird of prey. It's more like an R-U-O-K. The reason I'm lowering the priority on these alternating ones is so that they just take the main line and dig out what I need them to dig out. Are they capable of flight? Those creatures? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's how they got up here. They flew up here. But they won't even see this rock coming, and I'm going to cave full walls in. So instead of there being a hole left in the ceiling, it's just going to be a thunk done, basically. It's just going to be an instant crunch. Or a Captain Crunch, if you will. Militia Captain Crunch. Karaoke stream win? I think I got all of my singing in front of an audience out in my life when I did 3 years of musical theater. That was a very long time ago, and I think I'm good. No, I'll have to enable cave-ins to do this. It doesn't work with cave-ins disabled because it requires cave-ins. I know that might be a surprise, but it requires cave-ins. So we'll just have to listen to the brrrr about it for a few seconds. Electrifying. Green power. Indeed. Yes, now I in order to do cave-in stuff, I will have to enable cave-ins briefly. All right, and the dwarves dig through this. Then over here, I'm going to throw some flooring in, just so that we know that this was an important thing at one point in time. So now I've removed the ceiling. I've removed the floor. And these corners are not load bearing. So once I've dug all the way around here, then all I need to do is connect the lever to down here and then pull it. And then the whole thing collapses. And once the lever's hooked up, I think I'll just put a wall piece here in case something goes wrong. Which it probably won't, but yeah, can't be too cautious. And see, this is what we're fixing. The other thing this may end up doing is it may also give us a pretty easy spot that I can expand upon. And then once I'm done with this, I will use this area to, I think, build out some oops. Why do I keep doing that? To build out some battlements to fend off things coming out of the hole. Okay, so you take a screenshot. Link. Let's see if I can plotted a construction to fortify the dwarves, so to fortify so the dwarves could put in it could not lose some bolts, but use some engineering to put an end to the noise. By the first, the date just changed, of Obsidian, the work was ready. Dwarves just needed to link the lever to the small support. Pulling it would cause the rocks to fall and crush everything below. Yes. Now, because this is only one layer high here, when it falls, this will create a new floor here. So these won't become bricks. These will just flatten everything here, kill everything in this little tiny, like, 4-tile space or whatever, unexist them completely, and replace the floor. We just need this to get linked up, which now it is. So I'm going to block this off. Actually, do we care about these rocks? We'll probably get them out of here. In this tiny rock. Yeah, this tiny rock. Let's first just move these boulders. The third rock from the sun specifically. So YouTube chat is asking if filling the entire chamber with lava or water would eliminate them. Forgotten beasts don't need oxygen, so they can breathe underwater, and lava doesn't affect them because they're fireproof. Dolok Bear Camps wants to join the fort. We'll look at that in a sec once this is done. So now we just need this done. And we just need to put the finishing touches. Some poets coming to do it. Impressive, really. Nice try, Mr. Werebear. More like Mr. Therebear, you know what I'm saying? All right, chat. Who's ready to see a cave-in? I'm going to follow the dwarf, who's going to do the task. And right before they get to it, I'll enable cave-ins. Okay. So pause. Game. Cave-ins, yes. Here it goes.
Woo!
Hallelujah. Grand success, I say. Absolute success. Even Fima, the peasant here, feels pleasure being near a fine trap. Sweet. Now the real curious thing is, do I dig into it? Do I see if they have bodies? I presume they're dead. Yeah, as you said, assume nothing, huh? I'm just writing down absolute success. The only task the dwarves had to complete was seeing what was left behind after the rocks fell. Don't mind the skedaddling demon. Oh no, I mean, they're just moving on to the next fight. Part of the reason I wanted those dead was because they are constantly like fighting with the with the cave toad. It was making all of the cancellations and combat logs invisible. Sort of like the same problem that what's it called? Godly Tombs had with the infinitely strangling weasel. It was just a constant combat log was just overloading everything. But also, yeah, the skedaddling Forgotten Beast in the background was, or the skedaddling monster in the background was funny. I'm a fan. All right, well, let's see. Let's see what we find. Or echidnas, yeah, same problem. Tele, good win. I didn't see the investment, but 8,750, that's pretty good. Same with you, Laya. And deep sea fishing. And DS as well. Nivik, on the other hand, small investments pay small rewards, if any. Must go bigger. Orgodorf. Let's see what we find. Where are my dwarfs at, though? Oh, there you are. Oh, well, it eviscerated the bodies from the looks of things. Oh, found it. There's giant cave toad corpse. And water. You know, honestly, that's kind of great. Because they're composed of steam, right? And the dwarves are just like hearing these creatures and they're like, we must have found something like to show for our efforts. And it's like, all you get is water. There's something kind of amazing about that, actually. Just from like a lore perspective. As they chipped away, all they found was some damp rock. What are these creatures? Why can't we find any proof of their remains? That's really fun, actually. And a very flat toad. Well, I mean, sucks to be the toad. You know, this is water laced with clay loam, laced with clay loam, laced with clay loam. Like, isn't that kind of great, though? Like, if you think about it from the perspective of the dwarves, who don't really know what these things are, they don't have the detailed descriptions that we have. They just know that they're there, and they can hear them. And then they're like, well, cave it in and crush whatever's down below, and we'll go dig up the remains and figure out what they are. And it's like, no. No. No, you don't get that. That's fun. Okay, so let's see. Where are the... So there's like specters of flame kind of everywhere out here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig a little stair. What are we going doing here? I'm thinking to right there. Actually, I think I'll go a little further back. I don't want it to be connected to this directly. So I'm going to go over to here. The dwarves needed a better look, obviously, you know. I'm going to add this into the patrol route. And as... why can't we find any proof of their remains? We need to get a better look. That's all I'm going to add to that for this. Okay, so while that's happening, I am going to go down to here. And let's just say 2 wheelbarrows, and this is just going to be for Galena. Because that, I think, is all that's really down here, at least that we've found so far. Then I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to add a new route. And this is going to be called Galena. It's going to start right there. And it's going to load from here. I would love it if you could give Demon, if we could have Demon Blood just give arbitrary syndromes. I mean, then all they need is Deadly Blood, and then it would do that. But in order for it to do that, they would need to have Deadly Blood. Kind of happy they can't do that, actually. And then stop 2 is going to be up here. And then they're going to give items to this stockpile. This, I'm actually going to go up to here and remove the wheelbarrows. I'm going to go up to here and I'm just going to make wooden wheelbarrow. Let's just make 4. Drink demon blood, become the demon. That's just a vampire, though. Although you would be able to mod that. Now, I would like things like, oh, you know, this... Maybe just add new syndromes to demon blood. Like, this demon's blood causes burning. Could be fun. Let's throw bauxite into here. And a drawbridge right there.
Hey Blind, I forgot to give you Bezos money this month, but
Oh,
here is
shit.
some of mine.
Thanks, Zero Effort. Appreciate you. Thank you much for the Bezos bucks. Can I get a round of beers for Zero Effort Gaming? Throwing more than 0 effort into that subscription. For a 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. So you are going to start by going this way. When full. Yeah, and then when half full. And then when heading back, immediately when empty of desired items. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to throw in a minecart, too. I like these oaken ones. Oh, also, who's petitioning? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm just going to deny 2 of these because I want to focus on this. Uh, 277 obsidian. Got a short write-up about that. I'll just let it sit there for a second so that I know it's there. That just sounds like what happens when you drink gutter cruor. Or swamp whiskey. Maya. Although I am actually sensing a slight problem here with this setup. So I'm going to fix it before it becomes an actual major issue, which is I'm going to go here and I'm going to place a track stop dumping this way. And I'm going to dig right here. I'm going to place a singular stockpile right here. From this one. Right there. So it's technically unloading from here into there, but they're just going to stack up there. Ooh, shit. Got a Fey mood marked. One of our stone cutters claims a mason shop and grabs quartzite. Swamp whiskey? Yeah, human alcohol. That's a lot of boulders. I know that you're just like, you mean horns as in like demon horns, GB? But to me, I just see it as a dwarf doing this. Yeah! Yeti leather? You must have bought that in trading. Anybody else kind of expecting us to get sieged soon? Like in the spring? Minecart material and weight matters if you're trying to hit things with minecarts or worried about your minecarts hitting things. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Okay, dwarf works furiously. 3 pieces of quartzite, goose leather, yeti leather, gray langur, mangled bone, and 2 silver bars. Ooh. What, something getting hit by a minecart? There's no minecarts in this fort to hit things. And also, I haven't even placed the minecart yet. Like, if you're that convinced that my minecart setup is that dangerous, well, they haven't even, like, moved it yet. Why would it hit somebody? Unless you're talking about something else. The last thing I gotta do is I gotta go in here and I gotta allow Galena. Okay. Store item in vehicle. I just want to see this work. Just a mini tour? Well, that would be a tiny tour. A mini tour is much bigger than a dwarf. Thinking more along the lines of a dwarf unicorn. Uh-huh. I think the minecart is a resounding success, chat. What do you think? Look at this. Absolutely glorious. Thumbs up. A+. Far too fatalities? I mean, if that's your marker for success. But fun fact, there's absolutely nothing dangerous about pushing a minecart. Rolling minecarts without a dwarf pushing them can cause fatalities. So if somebody is pushing this minecart and then they stop pushing it for some reason, or have to stop pushing it for some reason, or something bad happens, then, and they get scared and they stop pushing it on a slope, that's where fatalities can happen in this setup. Nomal, the Tavern Keeper, has been elected. First of granite. 278. The time had come to elect a mayor. Nomal Tosideller was the lucky individual. They had run their campaign from behind the bar of the tavern, serving drinks and speaking and talking effectively with every dwarf in the village. It was a promotion fitting of a dwarf with their level of popularity. All right. Done. Are you still here? There are no named dwarves in this fort, as far as I know. Because I'm not naming them after players. We have Primate 8 Striker, we have the Gauntlet, we have Coffin Cat. We've got Founder, who's now just our militia captain, who's butchering an animal currently. Helmet Venom, actually, what are you butchering? Oh shit, we are butchering the giant cave toad corpse. Look at that. Cool. But let's check in on the mayor, I think. Oopsies. She's very excited after being elected. She's pen pastoring a donkey. She never becomes angry, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She often feels lustful, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the attainment of preservation of knowledge as an offensive enterprise engaged by arrogant fools. Book burning it is, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and thinks that friendship is important. She has no friends, though, so... She does worship the flag of brains. And I need to make a guild hall. I'm kind of thinking about putting the Farmers Guild, like, here. Maybe, in, like, this corner back here. But at the same time, I don't really want it to be that high up because that's a little dangerous. Maybe also above ground. Actually, why don't I place it, say, right here? Your internet's being super fucking. No one else said there's issues. Well, I mean, yeah, fuck it. I'll just put it down here. Are we making blocks right now? Doesn't look like it. Rock blocks. Where's our bauxite? $95 bauxite blocks. Or a go-go. We'll put it right there. All right, we also need to do stuff for the mayor. What do you need? You have shoddy quarters. You need an office. Oh, there's a guild hall right here. Okay, so I could put another guild hall over here. I feel like the office should go over here. Because I like the way... Oh, shit, you seem sketchy. What a shady figure. I think that the mayor's office should go up here, because that's kind of how I've been building this area. Or maybe, like, directly below it. Ooh. Actually, yeah, maybe, like, directly below it. This could be the mayor's office. Kind of suspended. No, I'll work on that. Yeah. It's like the mayor's, I think this is a gift to the mayor. What do you think, chat? Speaking of the mayor. The stonecutter. Just as the election was finalized, Stack could finished her artifact. Fitting. As it would... Artifact, let's be specific, earring. Fitting. It'll be a fine gift for the mayor. All right, let's go here, click this, and assign it to the mayor. Screenshot that. It's pretty valuable too, actually. Follow the mayor. The middle or the nest? Ooh. I mean, it's kind of a crow's nest. If in this case, the mayor is the crow. She's going to go pick up her earring now, and then we'll read the description. This is a quartzite earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval quartzite cabochons and studded with silver and encircled with bands of Yeti leather and silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of quartzite. On the item is an image of many pointed stars in quartzite. On the item is an image of dwarves in and commonware, the siltstone ring in goose leather. The dwarves are embracing commonware. The artwork relates to the making of commonware, a symbol of the Baron of Claspeld, by the Armory of Fingers. By the Armory of Fingers, an unknown creature in 131. So an unknown creature made this thing? Weird. On the item is an image of an emerald cut gems in Grey Langer bone. But yeah, I'm cool with naming this the Nest or something. Like tracksuits. Why can't I? Huh. Definitely getting a little bit of that no pathing funk. Let's try forbidding and unforbidding all of this, maybe? No, it's not that there's no support. It's not caving in. At least I don't think. No, I think this is probably just a little bit of this causing issues. Oh, there was also some thieves, apparently. Whatever. No, support ain't the issue. Trust me. I've just seen some other people mention that there's some weird pathing going on in this fort a little bit, and honestly, it doesn't really surprise me considering there is a tunnel going directly down to hell. So, no, that's not an issue. Stairs act as support. And so does this outer wall. But they're being a little... Uh-oh. Chat, wake up. I know that we've been a little quiet in the last hour because I've been quietly typing away, but if you're watching the stream, now's a good time to grab a cup of tea and look up. And YouTube folks, don't forget to like the stream. Because a vile darkness forces has arrived us. It is one singular goblin! Cuts Mob Ghoul champion. And he left. Never mind. False alarm. No need to panic. I did predict this. You are correct. I think Drothlas are flammable. I also just realized I super duper forgot to write down that creature's name. Saw it noped pretty much. He saw the hole and was like, it's real! And then ran away. They may still send things to try and steal the kids, but... Alright, well... keep losing my spot. This can be the Farmers Guild right here. Which is the other thing we need to work on. Oh shit, a fortress! Terrifying! Goblin activity can be very amusing, let me say. It's just that your fort is, that's usually the case, yeah, and that's just a religious figure. So that just happens to be a religious figure who's aligned with a faction that we're not a part of, who was just traveling here, and because this is still a very new fortress, that's probably what caused it. Or it's a bug. It's one of the two. It's like mislabeled creatures or whatever. Also, Illseeker, by the way, it's good to see you. Seriously, I did call it, but also, long time no see, mate. You're a mislabeled creature? Mood, mate. Mood. I don't know, you seem pretty correctly labeled, though, because you are a pilot guy, and your name is Pilot Guy. Also, because of the popularity of that Horse Girl Gacha game, do you think that there would be a market for a hunky pilot guy themed game? Because we determined a couple weeks ago that pilot guys are the inverse of horse girls. Or maybe just like firefighters. But it's like, you know, it's a gacha, yeah. Fire trucks, actually. People will gotcha everything. People have no shame. It is true. And also, people like gambling. Surprise, Pikachu. You know, I know that chalk is a pretty valuable flux stone. I fucking love just, like, using it for floors because it looks so good. Did you miss anything particularly notable? I crushed a bunch of demons with a rock. You pop in every now and again. I feel like you were around the stream quite a bit, like a couple of years ago, Illseeker. But yeah, it's nice to have you around. Elven caravan from Todvikara has come. It's their second year. What's the date? I have no idea what I can actually sell them. Uh-oh. My green screen is showing. Gotta move my lights. What if I change the angle of it? Hold on, let me fiddle with this for a sec. So what happens when I change my office setup is then I need to like unfuck my green screen for the next 3 days until I find a way that works for as much of the day as possible. I'm just gonna change the camera settings slightly. I think I just made it worse. That's not much better. Still not much better. Still visible. God damn it. Just point the camera away from it. Sun will move in 5 minutes. Yeah, but I need to find a spot where I'm not invisible and also don't look like a ghost. And then it also works all day without me like having to edit it. So while it might be fine, if I don't like it, I'm not gonna let it. I'm not gonna roll with it. It's just kind of how it is. It's like now I'm just like slightly opaque. Grr. Do you need to make me a slab? Ideally, no. But if you don't, I will haunt you. It's entirely my fault for trying to make my setup better. Technical difficulties. Or technical duffel bags, whatever you prefer. Because I can't have lights pointed at me. If I have lights pointed at me, it makes me feel ill. Whatever. That I can live with. If I have lights pointed directly at me, it makes me feel ill. No, never mind. Now I can't, because now I can see it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is kind of a necessary tech support thing, where like if I don't fix it and it looks awful and I hate it, then that sucks. But also, if it makes me ill, then that might as well not be functioning. It's on the left side, right? Okay, I see what area of it is being caused as an issue. What if I do this? I also realize I'm frozen, so I'll fix that. Uh-oh. Come back to life, camera, please. Or don't. Well, I guess I gotta do the good old-fashioned unplug it and plug it back in thing again. Lego camera, let's go. I mean, we could. I do in fact have a backup. It's definitely a Friday. I mean, adjusting this camera's settings almost always requires it to have a full reset. Okay, there we go. So I'm not actually too surprised that it froze. Just kind of expecting it to. Ha! Looks a little better. And now it's gonna freeze again, probably. Actually, I wonder. Whatever, that looks a little better now. Maybe the sun just went away. I don't know. The sun's not even out today. It's like cloudy. But I don't know what I can sell these elves. So I have to go look and see what my options really are. I mean, I guess I could sell them some bauxite coffins. Although I don't know what we've been decorating these with. Oh, I got some clear glass windows. Why don't we look at what they have? And then we'll decide what we're going to do. The frame rate still looks like I'm whispering a secret to you? What do you mean? I'm not sure what that means exactly. Does that mean that, like, I look slow or something? Do I look like I'm in slow motion? I know the brightness is, like, fucked now. Oopsies. I don't actually like the codec I was using there. Looks a lot worse. This one looks a lot better. You know, for a second there, I looked like Claiborne. Oh, that actually fixes it, maybe. Now I'm pink, though, which is kind of a problem. How do I unpink me? I don't want to be pink. I don't want to be pink. Still kind of pink. Great. Well, pink it is. I don't see many other options here. Pink and way too friggin' dark. Oh, well, whatever. Where is it saying this? Twitch did register your subscription because you have a sub badge. I would refresh the stream if you didn't get a notification. Because usually you have to refresh the stream in order to get a notification. If that's what you're talking about. I'm just going to deny those visitors because we've got several already. And I'm just going to queue this up as the Farmers Guild. Yeah, no, it definitely went through. I realize sometimes that is not always the clearest thing in the world, but... And up here, I also need to queue up walls for the mayor's office. Although I don't want them to go all the way around. I'm thinking like maybe just kind of half of the way. And then here I could put in like bars or a balcony or something. Let's do 2 bauxite tables, bauxite chair. And then this can be a dining hall. And this can be an office. All assigned to the mayor. Fortifications. I was just going to do bars or something. Or grates, maybe? Or actually windows. We have windows. Like, we've got several clear glass windows. Could go across the front here. And then do fortifications for the rest of it, maybe? Okay, so... Under crafts, what do I have? Let's just go bin. What do we have in bins? Bins. Finished goods. I do have some crowns I could throw at them. How about, what's in this gem bin? Ah, that's what we could do. Let's bring one of these bins up here, and I'll just sell them items out of it if they have anything that we want in here. Well, I'm buying the breeding pairs of anacondas. That's a must. Chat, we're going to begin an anaconda breeding program, like, right yesterday. Like, now. We must purchase these anacondas. The eggs that we'll be able to get from that. To what end? I don't know. Breed snakes. Self-made hot dogs. To what end? Well, hopefully not them biting their own tail is the end that we don't want, right? There we go. Now I look less saturated.
Thanks for the reword fix.
No problemo. Not that I did much. Thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. Anaconda und Anaconda. And I'm gonna buy these fruits. And why are these all such shitty gems? Do we not have any decent gems? We do have some decent gems. And trade. I'm thinking that can be a hobby for the Farmers Guild. Because they lay eggs. And because of that, I can go down here. I can place a nest box. And then I'm going to go... Go down here and I'm going to shrink this slightly. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to make a pen pasture. And the anacondas can be put in that pen pasture. And then this pen pasture can be assigned as part of the Birth of Shores, which is this guild. And apparently we have no access to a door. I find that really difficult to believe. Those are nice. Space for the guild to have their meetings. Then let's go into here and throw in some engravings. Ah. Got more specters fighting. What are they fighting with? So we've got Specters of Flames and Specters of Steam fighting amongst themselves. And here I was planning to try and shoot from here. I think they may have just given me the best possible spot on a silver platter. Because look at that. Where is it? So I could just go from up here down to here and dig to right there. And then just fortify these two. Chat, I'm gonna see how well my Marks dwarves can shoot. Bars, what do we have? We got iron. So for this squad, for ammo, add ammunition bolts, metal bolts for combat, add ammunition bolts, wood bolts, add ammunition bolts, bone bolts for training. Let's do it. Let's also go over to here. Go fortifications, so they have a little viewing space. Do I have any statues? Nope. Let's make rock statue. Of bauxite. We'll let them decide whatever. And then the snakes get placed over here. Let's see what the value is of this. It's almost there. Almost there. A little bit more to go. So here it states that they need to go get metal bolts. Or it should. Actually, something else I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this dwarf. And I'm going to go crossbow. And just type in here specific weapon. Or no, new weapon. Crossbows. Save and confirm, and assign uniform crossbow. There we go. Now they'll all go get the right ammo, regardless of what's available. Oopsies. I want them to all go gather the ammo that's available. So what's the goal for this one? So to explain what's going on a little bit, if you type an exclamation point succession, that'll give you the TLDR. But simply put, this is like a community collaboration fort, which is why I'm constantly writing stuff down. I'm only going to play this fort until, oh, please tell me they didn't move. I'm only going to play this fort until no, they didn't. I'm only going to play this fort until the 1st of winter. When we hit the 1st of winter, I'm going to retire it. That is... Or not retire it, but pass it on to the next person. So that's what the goal is for this one. Also, chat, if you're watching the stream right now, can I get a round of beers? I realize that I've been focusing very heavily on writing and what's going on in the fort, but if you're looking in the stream on this Friday, I'd love to see your beers. At this point, we're not really adding new people onto the list. It's you signed up last week or you didn't. When I retire this fortress, or when this fortress gets retired and it begins a new fortress, at that point, then we will get new people signed up. You could go put your name on the list if you like, but it's very unlikely that we'll make it to you, because there's 30-something people on the list. The way this works, pretty simply, if you type an exclamation point succession into the fort, you'll see, or into the chat, you'll see, when I finish with this fortress, I will upload the save file to the Dwarf Fortress File Depot, and then the next person will take a turn. Okay, so is there a particular reason? Oh, did I not make any metal bolts? I thought I did. Let's forge some steel bolts. I'm adding in that the dwarves bought some snakes for the Farmers Guild. Down below, noise was erupt. Oopsies. Was erupting. That's not how you spell erupting. From below. The specters. You know, if I give people too much runway, nobody will ever get a turn. If I don't give people enough runway, then the people who are there will be more likely to get a turn. So that's kind of the way we're doing it. I'm not going to keep a running tally of names going forward, basically. You can toss your name in case a bunch of people no-show, but no. You basically have to wait until the next fort and then sign up on the day that the signups open, and then be present for when signups are ready to go through, essentially. All right, I'm gonna try something else with this green screen because I'm hating the way this camera looks. That looks a bit better. Just moved it somewhere else in the room. Still not great, but it's better. I do have another light I can turn on though. Let's try that as well. Okay. So how deep does this go? Jeez. But yeah, no, this is something that like I was very hesitant to run for a really long time purely because it's like almost impossible to do this absolutely fairly. Let's bring the Mark's Dwarves into here as soon as they have ammo available. So I'm just gonna keep hitting this button until they go get ammo. Although I may not have charcoal, so let's check. I don't think I do. There's probably a rule in these jobs to make it, and I don't really care. 20. Why the fuck is this camera so dark? What is going on? What is wrong with you, camera, and what are you smoking? Because you're making me look like I'm covered in soot. I really hate this. I don't know what's making my camera look like this. It's never done this to me before. But it's making me want to quit and just take the day off. Like, it's actually pissing me off. Like, it's actively ruining my day. I've never seen this camera do this to me before. No matter what I've done, I don't know what I've done to offend it, but it clearly doesn't want me to enjoy my life or continue living. It just wants me to look awful. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Please just understand, literally nothing has changed since yesterday in the lighting of this room. Please understand this. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll fix it off stream. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a camless stream. And if you enjoy it, that's fine. That's it. The Minotaur. Ogun the Roar. Nunlod has come. A giant monster with the head of a bull. Truly. I am not going to use the Lego camera, Necron. It's a joke for pointing at things. I'm not going to use it as a primary camera. Sorry. You can keep suggesting it. I'm not going to use it. All right, so the Minotaur. Do you have any items? No, you don't. What's the date? Make sure I get the date in the screenshot. The Minotaur arriving. It is running directly towards my militia captain, who I just gave the order to. It's also already been hit by a bolt, I think. Oh no, I see. There's another dwarf that hit. The axe dwarf hacks the Minotaur with the steel axe. Severed part sails off in an arc. The dwarf also got punched in the head, which bruised the skin. You know, I've had a lot of dwarves just immediately incapable of breathing. Like, this is a death blow already on this dwarf. And it's, like, genuinely distressing to me. Like, genuinely distressing. But yeah, chat, at this point, the more enthused you are by the stream, help keep the chat moving. Otherwise, I'll just simply play quicker. We're hitting that point. Change the subject, Elspirit. If you want to keep the cam, you can scroll back in the stream and rewatch the parts where it looked awful. But unfortunately, we're going to lose a dwarf, which is Einod. It's a rough way to go, dwarf. It seems that Kib is attempting to save this dwarf. I don't see it happening, though. See if they can rush them to the hospital. Nope. Sorry, Einod. Let's keep sniping screenshots. Kib did try. I think that Kib here probably earns a nickname. I mean, Kib tried their best. Or maybe just Kib the Kind. I also want to be extravagant and get martial training. Dreams of raising a family. Personally finds the entire concept of sacrifice for others to be truly disgusting. Finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Doesn't seek out excitement, and he has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others. Finds altruism foolish. Tends to be a bit tight with resources when working on projects. I think I'm going to put that dwarf into the military. I'm going to go take that dwarf's spot. Now let's also see if there's a tomb for this creature. It was DOA. Yeah, I mean, you can always still hope for the best, right? He's dead, Jim. This is true. I don't know who Jim is in this case, but dead, in fact, he is. Cool. We do actually have tombs. I'll find out in a moment if we have extra tombs. I do love that the goblin that arrived is also the goblin that, the goblin that arrived is also the goblin that, or not the goblin, but the goblin that arrived is the same religious figure as the one that arrived and immediately left. Well, good news is one of them is happy here. Let's check this. I see. Let me start doing bolts yet. Who's my manager? Dwarf, can you please go do your manager job? Like, I don't know where your study is. It's up here, supposedly. But, like, you want to come up here and, you know, go grab your item? Mr. Manager? It's going to take you off of other tasks to prioritize it. I mean, I don't want to talk to the manager. I just want the manager to do his job. Talking isn't the important part here. There, see? He went and did his job. That's what we needed. We needed him to do his job. So we can get the orders rolling to get the bolts for these dwarves up and running. Okay, hold on. All right. Now after that, I can check over here. Wait for them to start making charcoal, probably? I hope. Oi! Dangus! You went up to your office and you didn't... Oh, now you're gonna go manage work orders. It's like he goes to his office and then didn't do the task at hand, actually. Also, looks like Magdalena's working great. Excellent. There's even a singular magnetite in there. Game. Am I just out of logs? Is that the issue? Because we had a shit ton of logs when I first got here. I mean, I guess that would explain it, but like... Maybe there's just like some jobs repeating somewhere that I'm not seeing. And woodcutters. Who's my fell tree dwarf? There you are. Go fell some trees, dwarf. Go fell some trees. Should you try anything or just enjoy the dwarfing? I mean, isn't enjoying the dwarfing like the goal of the whole exercise, though? I mean, like, come on. The whole point of, like, playing the dwarf fort is to enjoy the dwarfing. So I would presume both. I don't know what you've tried before, so I'm not generally the best at giving people suggestions on things that they should do in the game, purely because I myself often am subject to that very problem of having zero fucking clue of what I should be doing. So yeah, I don't know. Good question. Good question. So I've been spending this entire time fucking with this camera, and I am slightly opaque, but it doesn't look that terrible. Aside from that, I'm slightly opaque. So if I work on this a little bit, my face is back, and I still hate this, but hey, at least my face is back. This has been the worst stream I've done this week by like a mile. We got new migrants arriving on the 3rd of Fell site, late spring 278. Let's see who's arriving. We've got a husband and wife, and they've brought their only son. I apologize for the terribleness of today's stream. Hopefully next week we can do better, chat. Please forgive me. Got a cheese maker. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. See if any of these dwarves would do well in Mark's dwarves. You look like a Mark's dwarf. Several of them claim to have skills in being Mark's dwarves. You're a hammer dwarf. Shall fill out these squads ever so slightly. Some of the dwarves even have crossbows equipped now. Yeah, but the thing is, Cricket, as much as you can suggest that, I don't know what they haven't learned before, so it's just kind of the result of like, oh, you know, if somebody asks me, it's like, what should I try and do this for? It's like, well, something you haven't done before, I guess, is a generic response, but... Chat room, do me a huge favor. Let's talk about something. This is supposed to be a community collaborative effort. It's not just me here telling this story. It's me plus everybody who's participating and you watching. And this is the quietest chat has been all day. We just got a migrant wave. And are preparing to go fight some demons with crossbows. Chat is my feedback. It's the live awareness that I have of whether or not the stream is entertaining. And if everybody's quiet, I presume you're all bored. That's no excuse. How dare you be busy building a porch? Anyway, that was a huge migrant wave. The Scalded Cult has many worshippers, and their position in the fortress grows. I'm not even going to bother complaining about today's daily minimum without quiet chats being, so just help me get through this year. That's all I need. I just need help getting through this year. I know it's a Friday. I know people are busy. But let's try and keep this interesting for everybody, myself included. All right, so we're going to work on the mayor's office ever so slightly. And then go, where the heck is that temple anyway? That's the generic one. That's the hospital. That's the Communion of Gravel. The Denomination of Fires. The Scalded Cult. So this thing needs a higher value. I don't want to be mean to these other temples here, but this is pathetic. You're a professional lurker? You get paid to lurk? That's kind of crazy, man. Also, you're officially fired, Clown Shoes, from being a professional lurker. You now must speak because you've spoke. I'm also going to check this and go, we need more bedrooms. Almost tempted to kind of ignore that and let other people deal with the bedrooms and just be like, yeah, that's not my problem. But no, today's so far been an extremely frustrating stream for me, so... Being mired in technical difficulties is never fun. Let alone rewriting or uninstalling and reinstalling drivers midstream. Kind of amazed I was able to make that work, but I just hope that the rest of the stream goes smoother, at least on my end. And you can help by helping keep the chat moving. Apparently, we've inspired Cricket in the YouTube chat to go start a succession fort with their partner. The porch? Neezer?
Yay, I am online for a stream finally.
Galagor. Welcome back. Thanks for 12th month. And Clown Shoes, thanks for the Prime subscription. And Death by Rats, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back, mate. It's all uphill from here. It's all uphill from here. Bauxite altar. I'm going to start deconstructing stuff and moving it. Well, I mean, the progress photos you've shared of the porch have always looked awesome, so I think that porch might almost be as big as my apartment. So being able to finish it in a relatively short period of time by yourself largely is quite impressive. Thanks for the 5-pack, Neezer. You didn't need to do that, but it is appreciated. It's just a sleepy Friday. You even sniped Stikon. And Quendelf, actually. Good shot. They're not only considering it, they're actively working on it, Juby. But it requires pretty big rewrites of the code. Putnam has talked several times about working on it and having a build with like folders and better sorting tools and such. But that stuff needs to be functional, right? Before it's really worth sharing in any meaningful way. Why is there fire down here? All right, so with the Marks Dwarves armed and those bolts sent out, let's send the Marks Dwarves down here and see what they're capable of doing. See if they can see them from this angle. Founders first. Armed with steel bolts. I mean, that's something that Putnam's been working on for the better part of a year now, so no idea if or when you'll ever really see them. Okay, so the shots begin because we needed that better look. Also, a hype train has started. Courtesy of Neezer. Needs another subscription, a resub, or $5 in bits to level up. I also don't know why there's a barrel down here, by the way. So if I look at this dwarf, fired a bolt at a specter of flame, but it jumped away. There's also Gorlak teeth everywhere down here. No longer a rusty skilled Marks dwarf. Struck it in the front leg, breaking away half the tissue. So this dwarf here just struck the creature in the foot. Strikes it another one in the leg, and it causes the leg to fly off. And the dwarf says, "This is a fight. I laugh in the face of death." I'll take a look once stream has concluded. Thanks for the $2, Devil Dawn. Greatly appreciated. I think we just saw a death of one. But I saw more pieces fly off of it. This is also probably some pretty great training happening down here. This one is missing a lot of shots. But I mean, hey, you're just adequate. You're dabbling. Hasn't landed any shots. How about the more skilled ones? Shoots one in the front paw and the severed part sails off in an arc. Strikes it in the... Also, chat, can I get a big round of beers for that hype train? Thank you very much, guys. I don't think I'll hit the daily minimum today, but I appreciate the attempts. Thanks for the $3 as well. Go bot.
X300.
The flying steel bolt strikes the Spectre of Steam in the left rear paw, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Oh, that looked like one popping. Sorry, Spectre of Flame, not Spectre of Steam. Spectre of Flame jumps away. We're getting strikes now. Spectre of Flame, Spectre of Steam. They hit them in the left wing. Oh, there we go. Sodale has now killed one Spectre of Flame. Seems like this process is going to give us some pretty incredible Marks dwarves. Got a bunch of dwarves that are now not only dabbling, but probably quite good at their task. This one here has killed 2 Spectres of Flame. Pieces are just flying everywhere. There's 1, 2, 3... Spectres of Flame and 1 Spectre of Steam left. So this is just a firing squad, really. There goes the Steam one. Oh. Another one of the Flame Spectres is now dead. They fire until they run out of ammunition and then they go back upstairs. Thanks for the $4, Snowstar. It's always been 7 times faster, and I don't know if it's changed. As far as I know, it's just always been 7 times faster on of live targets versus not live targets. Steelbolt strikes it in the rear paw, and the severed part sails off in an arc. You're missing a lot of you. That's another one dead. There's still one here. Is it just the one left? One left and then this one. Deviled thanks for chucking a gift. It's magic. Dwarves are using up the last of the steel. Oh, we got 1 dwarf left. 20 bolts. It's just the 1 Spectre of Flame left. Strikes it. Strikes it in the stinger. Rolls away from the steel bolt. It's the last of it. Dwarf is continuing to shoot. I think it just died. Yeah, it did. Now it's just steam coming off of the water that remains. Not bad. You got 1 Spectre of Flame. Bembul killed 0. Urist killed 2. The Holy Mind killed 0. Lorbam killed 2. This dwarf got 0. Digal got 1. And 0. Still waiting on card replacement. Don't worry about it, mate. Honestly, I just want the chat to keep moving. Making money is nice on the Fridays, but keeping the chat active on a Friday often feels like pulling teeth, so that's the part that I really care about. It's just like the occasional body part just like putting off steam. Oh, it will keep going, so, as well, Snowstar. It's just a matter of keeping the chat active. Damn. Now there's a whole bunch of Wraiths of Steam over here on this side. Because they are fighting with what? Elkbirds. Can do something similar from any number of places. Most easily right here. Hello, BSP. How are you? Work gets in the way of being inactive in chat. No, totally. Fridays are just the toughest day of the week for that. It's actually why I didn't stream on Fridays for quite some time, but it's one of the reasons why this is largely intended as just a community event primarily. Is to try and remedy that difficulty a little bit, but maybe lessen the difficulty. So what bars do I have now? 53 iron. Let's just do 10 pig iron. Pig iron bars. Steel bars. Charcoal. 40. Jump up to the surface. Cut down a few more trees. Okay. And Juby, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. All right, where's my founder? How are you feeling after that? Afraid after experiencing trauma. That's pretty bad trauma, all things considered. However, they did learn quite a lot. Like, they went from being like a novice Marksdwarf to being an adequate Marksdwarf. And they've now killed a Spectre of Flame, so you kind of skipped a few portions of the difficulty curve there. I need to finish working on that upgrade to that temple. And also check this. Value of that's high enough. Cool. So this is going to be the upgrade to a temple. Will bolts be an issue over time? Yes. Well, that's part of the fun. It's part of the game. Solving that issue. Let's make a bauxite altar. Do shale for the other side over here, so get rid of that one. Then go, is that a hamster man? Oh, that's great. And then this cathedral can get removed from here. Somebody else can occupy that cathedral in the future if it needs something. And the expansion is moved. Why not just engrave the entire room? In case you want to remove the floors and replace it with something else in the future. Also, I kind of don't like the look of entirely engraved rooms. But that's just me. It's the answer is honestly mostly just vanity. Because I don't like the way I look. That's kind of it. This is a community collaboration fort, basically, Jibby. The fort I was playing yesterday had a gremlin, and it has a different name, different population, different everything. Different visual aesthetics as well. Also need to dig out some more bedrooms. And then I will make some more bedrooms. I would never make bedrooms like this myself, but I must stick with what other people have done, so I will. All right. Or I like to keep things consistent. Then we've got more critters to deal with sooner than later. How's the value of this looking? It's got a little ways to go before it gets high enough value to be considered a temple complex. So let's get some fancier stuff up in here. Let's do large gems. And what, the long skinny ones that some people do? Or it's just like 8-tile long lines, and it's just like one of each furniture item with a bed at the end. It's like a Japanese apartment. In YouTube chat, Audra says I've always done exclusively melee. I think that's a terrible idea because there's a lot of creatures that have abilities that are hard counters to melee. The most, I think, common example of that, I think, is probably like either dust, webs, or fire. So you're kind of like handicapping yourself if you are exclusively doing melee. Even with before the changes, I think that it was genuinely kind of a terrible idea to exclusively play melee. So my advice has always just been like, do anything in your power and everything in your power to get around that limitation when and where possible. Three tile long. Well, I mean, the minimum is just a bed, but that's if you want to be able to fully function as a bedroom, right? Okay, so where it's all just this, right? Oh man. I had them over here, but they're moving. I think I just need to be quick. Because I dug to over here. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to get them to go up. 1, 2, 3. And go here. Let's just go right there. And also, I should get them making silver bolts as well, because I think we have silver. Yeah, let's do silver bolt. And also another round of steel bolts. Classic Christmas song? What classic Christmas song? Dancing Through the Bolts? Unless you're talking about jingle bolts. Oh, silver bolts. I get it, Letterin. How'd you sleep last night? I slept really weird. And got to witness one of the weirdest evictions I've ever seen. If that's what it was. I think that's what it was. It was somebody moving across town and being extremely rude and loud to the building that he was moving out of, but then being extremely polite and apologetic to everybody that he encountered outside, which is very amusing to see. Okay, how well equipped are these squads? Let's get them to go equip more stuff if possible. Badly? So same. It's two of us. Yeah, no, I mean, you have to find dwarves that are so often brave, and you also have to find dwarves that really want to master a skill. If you can find dwarves that are brave and also want to master a skill, Neezer, then two things happen. They just get really, really happy thoughts from training, regardless of, like, the negative thoughts that they get from combat. And if they're brave in the face of imminent danger, then they get less negative thoughts from combat as well. So you kind of need, like, a combination of the two. You haven't tried since the update? Oh, they're significantly easier now. Snarkophagus. Training Mark Stores now is super easy. I live on an island that has a mix of it being the capital, so a lot of wealthy people. And also, I live on an island, so there's also a lot of very not wealthy people that are stuck on said island and can't move. So you end up with a kind of a weird combination of neighborhoods because everything's really close together. So, like, I'm about 2 blocks away from not a terrible neighborhood, but like a neighborhood with a lot of strange happenings, shall we say. So these specters of steam are horribly murdering, or trying to horribly murder this poor elk bird. And I'm going to try and horribly murder the specters of steam. I don't know why there's suddenly fire here, but they may be about to leave, which is very unfortunate. No! God damn it! Well, I guess I won't be able to murder those specters. Because Ognet, the Mason, withdraws from society. Where are they headed to now? That's the question. And claims a stoneworker's workshop. Are you a member of the Scalded Cult? No, you're a member of the Denomination of Fires. Well, that's unfortunate. Let me just check something. What are the highest value objects in the fort right now? It's a sleek willow crossbow. I'll put this on here. And then also glass window. Well, actually, let's do brown jasper windows. And let's do rock grates and make them out of bauxite. I feel that. That's very similar to my life, actually. In regards to the scary dreams comment. It's very rare that I have positive dreams. They're almost always negative. Almost always. You'd like to believe that you dream? Well, if you don't smoke weed, you probably dream. You just don't remember them. I don't believe I've ever farted so hard that I cracked my back, YouTube chat. I have, however, sneezed so hard that I've cracked my back. Also burped so hard that I've cracked my neck. But I've never farted so hard that I've cracked my back. Maybe I should eat a different diet to try and accomplish such a feat. These aren't super valuable, but value is going up, which is good. A human caravan has arrived because it is early summer. Seems the human merchants have arrived. Did they bring, There you are. The High Treasurer appears to have arrived as well. He's tough. He's got a wife. Who's his lover? And Yuppie, his lover. Ah, wife and concubine. Wearing his skirt, of course. That's distressing, Mareb. Woo! Ognet the Mason has created Sakrith Zanon, a bauxite table, and offers it to the Midnight Road. What's the value of that, and what is it? This is a bauxite table. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round bauxite cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of quartzite and menaces with spikes of bauxite. I like it. I think that is going to go into that temple as well. Because better constructed than forgotten. Actually, let's just make sure that object's actually there. It's not. Back to 0 tickets. It's the Hard Knocks life, let me tell you. There's also a cow here. Which can be eaten. Why nobody do the thing? Why nobody do the thing? You know, with all of the very easily trained upon demons down below, we're going to have the easiest setup of all time to actually fight the demons. The High Treasurer, Oz, is here. There's much to share. I'm going to request... I'm thinking just metal ore. That's what I'm going to do. Like, let's just go for... So just love the way malachite looks, but magnetite. They want blocks and quivers. No butchers? What do you mean no butchers? The dwarves are butchering stuff. What are you talking about? I get checked by doctors very regularly, I'll have you know. Oh shit! Haven't seen this before. Got a person here named OHE, Plain Faint, who wants to be a soldier here. Oh, others, of course. It's a human hammerman who's got a book named The Great Duel. What kind of fan fiction is this? It's a 16-page essay entitled The Great Duel. Authored by Ilime Festres. It concerns the vile woman Nomar Umbrelbury's attack on the elf Ilime. The writing has a touch of melancholy, but it's amateurish at best. You've also got a goblin tooth crown amulet and many other things. Has killed tigers, jaguars, lions, and a bunch of goblins. So what do you think, chat? Does this human hammerman deserve to join us? Wherever they went? More meat for the grinder. Alrighty. I do kind of like, though, that he's got a bunch of kills. I also like that his stats are very much like just any old adventurer. It's like, oh, well, what have you killed in your life? Well, you know, a tiger, a jaguar, a lion. It's like the most, I'm an adventurer and I'm okay kind of thought. I just would like to screenshot this. So because you're here for soldiering, don't need you. I should just be able to add him to the squad. Yeah. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to get this squad onto constant training, actually, just for a little bit. They'll go and train up here, I think. Yes. I killed a lion before. Actually, it was 100 lions. They will write songs of the lions I've killed. All right, let's Hey. The Shady Chapel. What a dumb name. I'm going to move the Shady Chapel down to here. Because I want this to almost entirely be tavern, and I'm also going to move the kitchen down here, I think. So let's just do a little bit more flooring. We're going to move a bunch of stuff down there. Next thing I'm going to do is jump up here and check the value of this. 4,800. All right, well, if you insist, game, I'll do what you desire. I'll just engrave all of the floors. And all of the walls but the back wall so that we can dig through them if we need to. This is a dwarven fortress. I think you're allowed to be drunk. But, you know, don't be mean. The mayor's been reelected for a second term. Let's see what the monsters are murdering now. It's kind of funny. It's like the Spectres of Steam just kind of hang around and murder something until one of the fire specters just arrives and then kills the thing that they were trying to murder ineffectively. And then they go on to the next location. Just kind of rinse, repeat. Let's try this spot here. Well, this isn't my fort. This is a combination of a bunch of people in chat's fort, in fact. So I would say our forts are much more tidy than yours. Although I would also give some credit to the fact that, you know, I trained for this by playing Roller Coaster Tycoon for years as a child. I was kind of hoping that we could get to this before that thing would go away. God damn it. Okay, well, this one is the much more important of the two. Right, Armies of Forgotten Beasts? Not exactly. If you go to the Discord, there's a room where you can kind of read about exactly what's going on in this fort. But simply put, this map was bugged. And because of that, there is a tunnel that goes all the way down to literally hell. And right now there is a hamster feasting on the corpse of a magma crab in hell. So, you know. Just thought I would point that out. But, yeah, so this is a terrifying nightmare that we've discovered, and we live here. It's lovely. I think. The dwarves don't seem to hate it here too much, but... Actually, hold on, let me check this. Galena's 40% full. I made this minecart route, which seems to be working pretty well. Although, I also should do a little bit of digging to find some more. But this is what we are going for. So these are Wraiths of Steam. This is a Spectre of Flame. So I'm going around poking holes in the cavern walls to be able to shoot at them, is what I'm trying to do. Is build fortress until Werebeastie turns up. Whole fortress falls to Werebeastie. Abandoned game, start again, same map. Try building doors and locking them when the were creature arrives. You might have a bit more success. I mean, that would be my goal, is to try and figure out some way of getting to the same-ish level of success without actually, you know, falling. The part where you fall. Less fall, more fight, you know? Yeah, also that. Set up some guard dogs or guard geese or guard cows or guard elephants or guard beavers. And then make sure that they make loud noises when bad monsters show up. I mean, that comes with any game with large generated open worlds. And this one is actively benefiting the interesting nature of the maps, so I don't mind. I only mind bugs when they take away from my enjoyment of the game, and this is not. Like, I think a lot of people are very quick to be... Oop, there we go. The fighting begins again. Lorbam has actually killed 2 Spectres of Flames so far in this fortress. Okay, I'm just going to pause the game while all this is happening. And just go down to... Not there. Just go down to here. And then here. Let's just make some more doors. And then jump back down to Lorbam. Because these dwarves need to be stationed down here. You got bolts. Nope. Just out of line of sight, more like. They may very well just be out of line of sight entirely. Oh, there we go. Bolts are now flying again. The fire is helping. Yeah, no, I mean, they were included in the update, apparently. I was unaware of this, but this fort has made me aware of this. This burning mushroom is actually exposing the demons here. Yeah, these are Wraiths of Steam, and these are Spectres of Flame. It is a little weird that some of them... Oh, actually, hold on a second. I'm just going to do something. This is going to be fucked for a moment. More shots are firing. It's a lot of missing. I was just saying, because like these trees may collapse and I should let them collapse. But they don't appear to be collapsing. Is there a particular reason why they keep missing you? They jumping out of the way? They do appear to be jumping out of the way, actually. Who's killing it on the maracas? A paint shaker. This is also extremely effective training. Okay, we just need them to step at an angle where the dwarves can see them. There goes another one. This is the founder, the expedition leader. He's killed one Spectre of Flame. Yeah, they just can't hit the Wraiths of Steam. That's kind of wild. Did that hit it? Miss. Wow. Okay, so they're getting some hits in because strikes it in the wing, breaking away some of the tissue. Strikes it in the left wing, and the severed part sails off in an arc. But lots of misses still. Demons and almost all Mega Beasts and Titans are immune to both water and fire. So, oh, there's one. One of them popped. Which means, there you go. Oh wait, no, that's a Spectre of Flame. Did you just get it? There you go. We got our first steam machine. But yeah, no, they're all completely immune to water and fire. Logically, steam might just be hard to hit. I think another one just died. Did you just get it? Yeah, there's two. Lorbam got a second one. I'll try and see if I can get them a little further that way. But these may just be at an angle where... Oh my god, look how many of them are right there. Where they're going to be hard to hit. Unless I dig down here, which I don't really want to do, because then he can just breathe fire at us. And I can't go up here. Yeah, there's so many of them stacked right there. Well, maybe the route here is just let them out. And erase this. Lots of rumors are being shared. Have you done anything? Have you built anything particularly interesting, Dan Spence, since then? I think I recall that. Comment as well. Just kind of looking around for anything that could be caught. Because there was a bunch here that we killed earlier. There's a stack of them right here. Who I could very easily just squish. They keep on managing to end up in very inconvenient spots. Cause like look at them all. Well, yeah, I can't actually drop a rock on this from here. All it'll do is it'll expose me to them. There's a wall right there. Okay, actually what I could do. I could do this. It's gonna look really janky for a moment, but trust me, I know what I'm doing. Trust me, I'm a professional. Okay, we're gonna go over to here. This top level right here is gonna be where I'm gonna dig up. Actually, no, sorry. This level, one layer up even, is gonna be where we dig up. Otherwise, we're gonna have a problem here. And we're gonna go up to here. This is just gonna be flat. Then, yeah, this'll work. I don't want the demons to have the opportunity to breathe at them, period. I mean, I could get... So, YouTube chat is basically asking why I'm not giving them the opportunity to shoot fire at me. And it's simply, I don't want to risk it. Because I don't want them diving in. I don't want to risk the whole fortress just to have a slightly more convenient kill. I'll just wait until they get... distracted by something else and move elsewhere in the fort, and then I will drop whatever on them I need to drop on them. So the other day, by the other day I mean 2 days ago, somebody went a little nutty on social media at me, going on about how Dwarf Fortress is a scam. And then at the end of like their tirade of Blue Sky posts, they stated that the game is available for torrent at a location. Can I just like highlight the irony of anybody who torrents a free game? Like, genuinely? It's like... I remember it was like the day after Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. There was a person who was going on and on and on Twitter, of all places, about how you could now torrent Dwarf Fortress from this location. And the devs retweeted it and were like, you know the game's free, right? Or like Kitfox rather retweeted it. We're like, you know this, it's free. Like you can. Thank you for saving us the server cost. Yeah, I mean in reality you're just stealing the tile set, right? Because it's probably the Steam version that they're like torrenting. But like, still funny. Still funny. Okay, who's upset now? Eurist the Marksdorf is now joining the upset Scrooge McCrew. We do have decent meals around. You want to craft an object and be with friends. Maybe I need an additional crossbow squad. I think I'm going to put this dwarf Eurist into their own squad. And leave them off duty for a little bit. But once they've been off duty for a little bit and been able to clear some of their needs, we'll put them back. Because they are pretty quality. Also, speaking of pretty quality, we've got some more dwarves coming in. Some Milker, Dreams of Mastering a Skill, lives at a high energy kinetic pace. You're my replacement Milker. Get in there, please. So I've also got a child. Who's your parents? Got another family of 3. Look at that. Another family of 3. Did you come from anywhere specific? More members of the Skull. Actually, speaking of the Scalded Cult, I should check the value of that room. Tisk, not high enough. You know, I realize that the other person, Jurist, made that tomb for that dwarf. I'm very tempted to just rip that fucking coffin out of there and... What's the value of it? 9,000, yeah, I would... I think currently it's a higher level of importance to, move that tomb to over here. Links have never been banned in my chat and probably never will be. Snatcher, shh. I'm borrowing it. To be fair, it was underneath the old tomb. It was underneath the old temple. So I might, once it's set up, I might actually give us enough value that I might be able to make it into their tomb anyway. Because it's for Coffin Cat. Let's see. What's the name of this temple? The Large Cathedral. Now we're talking. So basically, me repurposing that artifact is allowing me to make... Ha! Coffin Cat into a new priest. I think that is a perfect middle ground there. Considering the Scalded Cult, who worships Lek as the god of war, I think that's pretty fitting. I think it's Lek, right? Yeah, it's Lek. I think that's fitting. I think that's fitting. Now, how are you doing here, dwarf? I do think that it is possible for us to fix this dwarf. Like, fully. I do think so. But I do also think that in order to do that properly, we're going to have to get some work done. So this was going to be kitchen. And what was I going to put here? Right, this temple. The Shady Chapel. Oh, why don't I could just put the Shady Chapel right here. That would make perfect sense. There you go. Shady Chapel, you can go there. This chapel can go away. And the size of the tavern can greatly improve. What do you mean greatly? And then down here, I'm going to go... Kitchen. Kitchen. And still. And still. More waterworks? I don't really have, I just have this. I don't know really what you mean by more waterworks, I guess. Unless the question is, am I gonna dump more water into hell? Because I could do that. Gotta make sure those demons have had a bath. Hello, no banner flags. I hope you're doing well. It has been a moment. Although I do feel like I've been saying that a lot recently. And then down here, this is going to be for no prepared meals, no drink, no seeds. Punk. And then down here, can throw in a fishery, which would be under here. Fishery. Which I'll make out of quartzite for some variety. And let's use chalk. Some walls along here. Our art, can't recall off the top of your head if you can engrave brick walls. Yes, you can engrave brick walls. I was doing that earlier. Constructed walls can be engraved, so can non-constructed walls. That's one of the best changes that they made as part of the premium version. Was being able to construct or engrave constructed walls. And then up here, this is all going to need bauxite. Yeah, but constructed walls are already smooth, that's why. If they weren't already smooth, then you would still have to smooth them. Okay, let's go down to bedrooms. And just get some bedroom doors in here. Oh, that's not a bedroom. That's a hallway. Silly me. Am I still making charcoal? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so let's make 40 charcoal. Let's make 10 beds. Let's make rock cabinets and rock coffers. Although I could make lead coffers, but we've got a decent amount of wood lying around. Okada Tangletrick has claimed the position of Lady of the Council of Tours. Is this one of mine? Oh. Huh. Well, you don't seem to live here. Oh, maybe you do. Yeah, well, you do. You're one of my monster hunters. Was that the one I let in? Oh, yeah, no, it is. Huh. You must be of some importance. Well, that's interesting. Also, my mayor wants amulets. So I'm just going to queue up 3 bone amulets per season. Now, the nice thing about this person being a lady is they don't actually require any place to live here, but obviously they would prefer it. Just going to keep some beds here. Bone amulets for everyone? Yeah. Queen just wants everyone to have some jewelry. Or, not Queen. The, you know what I mean. The mayor wants everyone to have some jewelry by mayoral decree. Sorry, I'm leveling people up unnecessarily. And neither you snooze good. Best of luck on the porch. Making lavish meals out of coffee cherries, carambolas, and sand pears. Down here we're making dwarven ale. We're making rope reed brew. Ew. We're probably doing stuff with fisheries. Let's see where these demons are clustering up now. It's just fire demons everywhere. I haven't really moved much. Although that poor Drothla appears to have deathed. So much for my hopeful plan of shooting at them from here. Although... if they keep moving, maybe they'll go to another one of my pre-made spots. I guess at this point... this is not normal for the caverns, for whatever it's worth. This is far from normal. Maybe that's why you keep dying to surface threats like were creatures, though. Oopsies. Run north, Drothla. Run north. It's your only hope. Or don't. Oh, no, we can tell him to go station over here. Back at the beginning where we started before. They should be able to see down there. Here come the Marks dwarves. Hopefully equipped. Silverbolt, say it's something. Not really. Can I get you guys to move a little further this way? And nope, they can't see at that angle. God damn it. I think what I really need is I need them to dig up to here. And then put a hole in that, but what are they currently fighting? As more fire burns. Everything's fucking on fire again. It hasn't really stopped being on fire for whatever it's worth. It's kind of just continued for the most part. And I think like the way to deal with this at some point is just going to be schedule up some routes where dwarves can just cycle around from spot to spot and just pick them off. And we're going to end up with the best marks dwarves in the known existence of the world. Is what's going to happen. It only impacts FPS if it's impacting pathing. And because I don't have any dwarves in here and the demons ignore it, it's not impacting, at least not so far, the FPS of this fort at all. Because, like, theoretically, sure, it could be impacting it, but it's really not. Here we go. Let's see how this goes. We're into late summer now. Come on, they can't see anything. Nothing's moving. God damn it. God damn it. Nothing, no luck over there. Let's get this fortified over here. This is a pretty good spot, actually. Stuff keeps running along here. So maybe I should build another line along this part. What's my weirdest dwarf fortress story? It's on YouTube. It's the one with the big thumbnail that says cursed. It was raining death, and there was titans on the surface. This one's pretty weird, but I've seen stuff kind of similar to this before. Unless you mean like small little anecdote. My weirdest dwarf fortress anecdote was probably the dwarf that died because he was trying to pet his cat. Well, maybe that's just sad. I don't know. Depends on your definition of weird, I guess. Okay, this is something I need to fight. Let's look at them all right there. I don't even know what they're killing, but they're fighting something. Giant Olm. They're all trying to kill a giant Olm, but they can't because they don't have any way to actually hurt it.
Happy Demon Day.
Until the fire-breathing son of a bitch shows up and burns it to death. Happy Demon Day, Jesse! Thanks bunches and muches for tuning in on this Demon Day. This demonic holiday. I think that's just what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make a series of passages throughout. Oh my fuck. Sorry, it's just a natural response. Throughout these cave systems that are just going to be filled, built, and ready for the dwarves to go pick off these demons. That's what I'm going to do. And then they're just going to periodically pop down here and clean house. Because I can't think of anything else I can do. Just wait until a forgotten beast arrives. Like, seriously. That, or alternatively, we need like an airlock system to make these demons. Oh. Chad, I just got a dumb idea. It's gonna go work on a side project over here. It's pretty important. Because, like, if there's just, like, a hallway going down to here, right? And it could, like, connect to this right here. And we could go down into here and build around this with blocks, not bauxite. Then I could... Then I could channel down through here, down into, like, here or something. Make a long hallway that goes, like, along here. And then what I could do is unseal it here and unseal it here, which would make an enemy army think that they could attack us. Seal it here, and then unseal it here, and then just be like, have fun, motherfuckers, and then seal up the top. Maybe not right there, because that actually looks really ugly, but like something like this, basically. Put the clowns in a circus? No, put the enemy in the circus when they invade us. Just like enslave them, basically. Like, that wouldn't be too hard to do. So I'm gonna let that sit there as a prototype for right now. This over here can get sealed. That over here can get fortified. Bunch of shit's burning over here, because that's what it does. Let's also run over here and do this. Yeah, they'll have to be constructed. Veteran. Or demons wouldn't go there. I was going to just place some stairs there. Also, let's smelt some galena, I think. Why are you not making pig iron? But we've made it to late summer, which means we have one season left. One whole season left. Just glad that this temple got finished quickly. It's one of the bigger victories we've pulled off. Let's also get some beds done down here. Some additional bedrooms. And some additional chests and cabinets, etc. Imagine being assigned a bedroom and your bed gets forbidden and never constructed, and then they forget to construct it. That'd be awful. Well, doink. 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 It would be like being a student, I suppose. I've never been a student in any kind of institution of that sort, so I wouldn't know. And sometimes dwarves have students too, so, you know, it's kind of its own weird nightmare. Okay. Let's get all that done. And go through and do all of this. Made it to autumn. Out of curiosity, has anybody here been following along with this fort as it's unfolded on the Discord? Because I tried not to read it, so I didn't get spoilers. But genuinely, like, does anybody here, tried to follow this thing at all? Or are you just waiting for forts to complete? Because I'm kind of thinking about making videos out of these forts. And also planning to post the finished forts on the Discord. Or not the Discord, on my blog, rather. The finished forts from the Discord to my blog. Now you're very curious about it? Well, I mean, you know how to find it, I suppose. I'm not sure what AAEFES is, but that doesn't sound fun, having to wrestle with anything. Human criminal! Stop right there, criminal human! Which of my artifacts are you here to steal, motherfucker? You want to know what you end up with when the moment comes? How far down the list are you, do you know? Das a lot of llama. It's always the wrong game. Dan's pens. Game's paused during the ads, don't worry about it. They're a fucking shitty company. It's very rare that they aren't shitty companies. Regardless of what kind of company you're talking about. Companies are generally sort of shitty. Wait. Because they are financially benefited by being shitty. And then down here, I will just do a separate seed stockpile. I'm not sure how we're going to store seeds, but I'm just going to queue up a seed stockpile real quick. Ah, right. Yeah, that sucks. Just moving forward a little bit. Scooching forward. See where they're currently fighting. It's kind of a bother, this guy right here. I think over here is another one of these I should build. But I think this one may end up being one of the more valuable ones right here. Same with this one down here. Yes, the ads end generally pretty quick. I have a giant thing at the top of the screen that says when the ads are done, so I usually have a pretty good idea of when they're finished. Unless I'm, like, not looking at chat at all, which is pretty rare for me, admittedly. I'm usually at least somewhat looking at chat. Thief! Protect the horde from stinking filth! The return of the kobolds. The Mark's dwarf spotted them, but wasn't able to get any shots off. I mean, he clearly didn't consider them a threat, you know, having killed a specter of flame and all. All 3 of those kobolds. Also, the dogs probably helped chase them off. Is there a good spot around here that I could set up as well? It's basically just this, right? Although, I could do this up to here. In fact, I could widen it a little bit even. And they could just cycle back and forth. Dumbolds, pretty much, yeah. It's like Operation Fortify the Caves, basically. Once all those are done, this can get started at lower priority. Uh-oh. Wild Force of Darkness arrived and disappeared so quickly I didn't have the chance to even click on what it was. That dude had a crown on. Must have been very classy. Ah, Snatcher. There's a child. This actually might be a threat to this kid. All right, let's see. You're storing an item in stockpile. Is that what you're storing? Okay, now you're playing, which is bad. Going to send the Marks dwarves and the combat dwarves outside. Second one. Third one. Have they been here multiple times? No. Well, they don't seem to be very smart because the child is up here playing, and they are charging directly into the fortress. They must be distracted by something else. The dwarves are running directly towards the goblins as best they can. Seems some of my militia don't actually have gear. Well, it's a shame that we haven't been attacked by anything meaningful, because then we could get them some actual gear. But now that they're running away in fear, realizing that they've made a grave mistake, they're also realizing that not having any gear makes it a lot easier to run quickly. Snowstub here has turned around. This goblin thief was caught by a spear dwarf. He was avenging the child that it threatened to kidnap. Gruesome wounds beyond fear, he says. I think, oh, it's just the one up here. And managed to leave the map before our dwarf could catch him. You were still a hero all the same. Although, admittedly, I think my melee dwarves are going to have quite the challenge trying to compete with the Marks dwarves for glory in this fort, just purely because of the fact that they're primed to just have a bunch of kills on demons before long. Snatcher, no snatching. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Oh, look at all this. We got all this, we got all this lovely Galena over here. Let's just go auto mine all this out. Excellent. After all this time, those snatchers, they still do be snatching. The other thing I gotta do here is I gotta... find out who's pissed off and why real quick. It's a lot of eat a good meal and craft an object need. But we do have good quality food, so... mayhaps what I should do is this should now be none except for prepared meals and drink. And let's just flood this along here. And remove all that. And same with down here. I think this is an everything stockpile. Let's find out. Literally no food should be in this. It should all be up here. Just a bit of a reorganization moment. Vein Mine has always been a default Dwarf Fortress feature as long as I've played the game. There is a option in older versions of DFHack, I haven't looked for it in current versions, where you click one tile and it automatically selects all of them. But this has been in the game as long as I've played it. As long as I can remember, there's been a option to specifically select one thing and it's green and then they follow it. Vein Mine also is a RimWorld mod as well, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I know. Most people were. It's a safe assumption. Why is there so many doors with no job right now? Probably because they're all smoothing, right? Yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is such a Mandela effect heavy game, though. Like, for every discussion we have like this, where it's like, yeah, I'll have people who just, like, insist that I'm wrong forever, and it's like, do you want me to go install that version and show you? Because I will! Zuglar, the animal dissector, has been possessed. We've got ourselves another strange mood. Let me just go up here and go... rock door. And let's just queue up a specific material for it. Say chalk. Say 50 of them. Don't need that many more beds, thankfully. Animal dissectors don't make anything, they dissect animals. Like, it's one of the necessary parts of making, like, dwarven cheese, for example. But it's also not a mootable job, so they grabbed a crafts dwarf shop, which is their highest non... Because animal dissector isn't a mootable job. Caravan from Kumil Uk has arrived. Because it is that time again. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Can somebody go check on the Discord and see if they wrote down what they wanted? It was sheet, right? I don't think I made sheet. Yeah, a lot of, well, like no cooking for farming related jobs are mootable as an example. Why do like enemy sieges always disappear immediately? There's a few factors that can cause that to happen. I'm not sure why they're doing that in this particular fort. All these damn dwarves wanting bed sheets. Let me tell you. Let's see what's in bins. Lots of bar block bins. Got an armor bin, some finished goods. Bunch more of these. Some more finished goods. Always amazes me how valuable wheelbarrows are in Dwarf Fortress. Like, that always amazes me. I think always will. All right, well, amulets are contraband from the looks of things. Let's sell goblets. Maybe figurines as well. Let's do that, and maybe large gems. I'll just pluck out items from here to sell. Actually, another thing I'm gonna do, gonna go right here. Put 2 cages in here. I'm gonna fill it up with a bunch of baby llamas. Maybe 2 each. Because I've got tons of llamas. Cages with animals in them are quite heavy, though, which is kind of the problem. The mayor meets with the outpost liaison. That was fast. I'm going to politely decline, I think, for the time being. But damn, that was way quicker than I expected. Marriage deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony's official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? There are responsibilities. Actually, chat, should I say yes? I realize I'm like kind of immediately going back on what I said, but like... I mean, if I was playing by myself, I would say no. I'd wait like a year. I'm not going to flip a coin. I'm asking for a show of hands. If I was going to flip a coin, I would go get a coin. Of course you can, but at later end, of course you can. I'm going to say yes. If it wasn't me playing, if I was playing by myself, I would say no. But because this is a group thing, I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to appoint... What do you think, chat? Religious leader? Or the founder? I can't appoint that lady. She's not part of my faction. She's just a monster hunter. Let's go with founder. That's the expedition leader. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization of world info. And I'm going to request... hematite. More iron. And they have a need for shields and bucklers next time. So my militia commander is going to become the Baron. Baroness, specifically. She is in love with helmet venom. So these two, the manager and the founder, are going to be very important dwarves in this fort soon. Although, she's not the best crossbow dwarf, but she's pretty good. I mean, she has killed a Spectre of Flame. Oh. Also, the Animal Dissector has begun a mysterious construction. They've got a bull bone. They've got bull bones. It's going to be a bone craft. The mayor's been elected again. 2 Galena, square brilliant cut brown jaspers, cave-toed bone, leather, rough white jades, and alder logs. All these logs. So fun fact, if you have an even remotely competent dwarf in charge of trading, items that are not allowed to be sold or not liked by a faction show up as purple. So this will get people in trouble with the mayor if it's sold. However, if you're selling stuff to elves and stuff is like considered to not be ethical, it'll show up as purple as well. So this is a pretty good broker we've got here. That's a lot of dogs. I presume those were requested, otherwise there wouldn't be so many, so I'll grab a couple, I guess. At least the ones that are 82 we'll grab. I'm not going to be able to buy much more, but I'll buy what I can. Till the value goes down to yellow. And I'll try. Nope. Then I'm going to do this. And then these are all occupied, and these are all occupied. I'm going to deconstruct these now. We'll bring over the llamas. I mean, it's the one thing we don't really have access to here is iron. Okay, and then move goods to depot. Now got these 2 llama cages. Move all these additional doggies up a here's. Has what been in game for a while, Salty? Okay, so now I've got another 820 trading. Grab the rest of the bars. And an additional dog. The trade coloring is very long time. Maybe, once again, kind of as long as I remember. Okay. Just like that, trading is now complete. Kitchens have received a pretty hefty upgrade. Shout out to this dwarf over here socializing with the snacks. Oh! And Zuglar, the animal dissector, has created a Kekimanimem Thimshell Kasath, a Galena amulet, and offers it to the Midnight Road. This is a Galena amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave-toed leather and alder and encircled with bands of oval white jades. This object menaces with spikes of cowbone. On the item is an image of white yam plants in Galena. On the item is an image of dwarves in Galena. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of mesh brass by the Paint of Admirers in the Armory of Fingers in 94. And the item is an image of Tomrise, the Frilly Threat, the iron sarcophagus in brown jasper. And the item is an image of Tenorwise, the Frilly Threat, the sarcophagus in jasper in Toadbone. On the item is an image of Saint Spread, the quartzite earring in cow leather. Well, since we have a Baron, you know, actually, I'm going to give it to her husband, who's the manager. Not a bad little artifact, if I do say so myself. I need to figure out where the hell I'm going to put. I really wish these walls were bigger. I wish we had more space. I'm going to do a real quick project here. Oh, that's basically out of bauxite. Let's make 500 bloxies of some things. Got 116 bauxite. 115. Let's go. No, it's been in since before Steam release. I can tell you that in regards to trade coloring, because I used to see it in version 47. It's definitely been in there since before the Steam release. Oh, this is where I should put the throne room. but I'm pretty sure it's been in longer than that. Pretty damn sure, anyway. So this is going to be space for the Baroness. I'm going to expand the outer walls, damn it. Let's see where these monsters are at this point. Some ads are going to hit. I will pause the game when they pop off and then unpause the game when they are done. Down here, all this can be done. All this can be done as well. All that can be done. I could probably just stand the mark dwarves there and kill another one. This over here is also all full, so I'm going to go actually pour this one more time. It's becoming an annual tradition for me. At least twice a run. Let's see if I can seal off the basement. All right. But yeah, no, it's been in the game for a while. I think there's a lot of features like that in Dwarf Fortress that are just quietly in the game. I mean, the main example that I can think of is how just a few months ago, I discovered the percentage stockpile full screen. I had no idea that screen existed until just a few months ago. I'm just going to state this one final time in the stream, though. Think about me if you have a Prime sub available. We are $40 US away from the daily minimum. And if you happen to have a skull next to your name, I just want to say thank you for helping keep the channel funded. And I'm going to dump some water into hell once more as a mid-autumn flooding celebration. You just never saw it. It's just not very clear. It also doesn't show up a lot of the time, and I think a lot of people just use select all and then never look at it again. I think that's the case for a lot of people, if not most. I think the big takeaway from today is this. That we now have a Baron. Chat, can I get a big wall of water? Synth got the right idea. Because it is the drowning season. Oh, wrong lever. Okay, let's try this again. Pull the lever, dwarfs. Look at me being all smart. Thinking, I'll just pull the lever, it'll be fine. Pulls the wrong lever. Why lever no work? Okay, let's try this again. As is tradition. Floosh. Oh, and also, some migrants have arrived. And the population continues to climb. I wonder if this is actually flooding into the fortress, actually. I wonder. No, miraculously. Speaking of, I am going to send the squad over here, though. See if they can deal with that. Well. More progress is being made slowly. Not enough, though. Slowly. But just quite simply, not enough. However, the dwarves are able to fire bolts at this demon here. Oopsies. I actually stationed one of the wrong squads. I shouldn't have stationed this one. You guys go back to whatever you're doing. You, on the other hand, you can come down here. It's a lot of bolts missing. Lot of bolts missing. There's going to be so many bolts in these caverns when we're finally able to reclaim them. I wonder if it's just, like, tiny. Because, like... And the reason I say I wonder if it's tiny is because... it is 0 years old. You know, like, what are the odds that it's just... very, very small? Like, serious question here. What if it's just really small? Let's also do steel spears. 10 of them. Because it's just, maybe it's like the size of a loaf of bread. It's also like just made of water, right? So like, what are the odds that it is just very small? I mean, it's entirely possible, right? Baby demon, basically. Demonic Babu. Let's go back to shooting. That, or maybe we just don't shoot at this one. Because we're clearly not going to hit it. What a terrifying area this is. Aren't demons born full size? Probably. That seems right. Soap lowers the chance of infections taking over and killing dwarves. YouTube chat. But we're up to mid-autumn. Let's also jump up to the surface. So this up here. Do I have any fun materials? Let's do lead throne. lead statues, and lead tables. And that's going to be what I'm making the Baroness's quarters out of. A lot of lead. Did that fire demon end up dying? The one I was just shooting at was made of steam, not fire. I don't know what fire demon you're referring to. We've shot at dozens of them and killed dozens of them, so I'm not entirely sure what the question is in this situation. You got to be a little bit. That's like saying, did the monster still be there? Yes, but which one? This is maybe the biggest gaggle of fire demons, though. Right here. It says sword to the guts. That's, I mean, I guess that could be, like, described as food poisoning. It's more like food puncturing. Let's see what we're able to do out here. Yeah, the first ones that we were shooting at that were in the water, yes. If that's what you're asking, yes, we were able to kill those. Pretty flawlessly, actually. All of these are 0 years old because these are all recently born. That one's 1 year old? Jeez. The ironic thing about these demons is they're actually pretty harmless. I'll say that they're actually pretty harmless. Because all they can really do is push. And pushing is like the least effective thing you can do if you are a big monster. Well, this ain't great. They can't actually shoot anything, and they're all stuck. Well, they'll leave there eventually. They'll figure it out, hopefully. And if they don't, they don't. How are you doing, dwarf? Vengeful when joining an existing conflict? Me too, mate. Me too. What did you just join in on, though? I guess you were in that same one then, hey? Accidental sailing time? That would be like a third of a cavern layer. Thought we're kind of running out of time at this point. The mighty slop! Chat, we found a large language model. The mighty slop, hey? Ah. This goblin is a member of the mighty slop. This goblin poet has a lot of apprentices and a lot of them live here. Is also a member of the performance troupe, the Mighty Slop. previously a member of the Fondled Seducer. I feel like the Mighty Slop is either somebody's roommate or it's like... Chat, should we allow the Mighty Slop? They just have a funny name. I'm thinking yes for the Mighty Slop. I've approved the Mighty Slop. If you are going to object, it is now officially too late and your opinion is no longer necessary. Let's get some bedrooms made. As we've reached late autumn. Am I out of wood again? God damn it, I'm out of wood again. Would you kindly, tree? Please die. Feed them to the demon? That's kind of impossible because I have no control over them. It's a bunch of poets. We also have an astronomer unrelated, probably. And, yeah, it's a bunch of poets. They're a poetry crew. In order to feed things to demons, I would have to let the demons into the fortress in some way, which currently we are not yet equipped to do. Maybe at some point in the future, maybe. Not just yet, though. Not just yet. Besides, demons don't need to be fed. Quite literally. Want maybe? I don't know. Honestly, sometimes when you read their personalities, they seem oddly friendly. It's more like an accident. I accidentally crushed my friend I was trying to hug kind of deal instead of I intentionally murdered the friend I was trying to hug. Like, it's really funny when you read their descriptions because they're very similar to dwarves. So it's just like, this very kind individual. It's like, it values peace over war, all sorts of things like that. And then it's just like, has murdered 1,000 people. Let's see what we can do now that they're here fighting and horribly brutalizing this giant mole who's overexerted and very tired. Let's see what Urist is able to do. Who's got silver and steel bolts. Lots of misses. No, they can't reach far enough. God darn jit. Come back here, mole. We're your only hope. I'm trying to save you, mole. You'll die if you go there. Stay this way if you want to live slightly longer. Please. Or don't. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Are they hitting it at all? Jumps away, jumps away. Oh, that one hit it. Flying steel bolt strikes it in the body, breaking away the tissue. Oh, one of them just exploded. Two of them exploded, actually. one misses it. So the Baroness got another one. It's like they're doing this for sport at this point. I would almost be willing to bet that would be the main impetus for these dwarves to do this. Is sport. Like, why else would they be going down here and fighting these creatures other than that? Like, it almost makes no sense. It kind of makes no sense. But, like, it, aside from almost making no sense, and there being almost no reason for any normal dwarves to actually do something like this. Target practice? I mean, isn't that the same thing as sport, though? Yeah, they're literally the demons are breeding and the dwarves are trying their damnedest to hunt them. Or are you suggesting it's population control? The thing is, like, these are the least threatening demons I've seen in a long time. Like, that's not a joke. Like, that's just me being serious here. These are not threatening. Like, I kind of really want to fight these things in melee, but these squads need to get better first. Speaking of squads needing to get better, you guys, let's see what weapons are available. There you go. There we go. Now we're talking. Look at this. Another one flew to pieces, I think. And there's a fourth one here now. Those are also standing down here, and these ones are just like, fuck this shit. Let's just erase all this. This poor mole. Wonder if we're shooting the mole as well. The funny thing is I could probably end this by just simply killing the mole. It's just a horrific waste of ammo. Even the bolts they're not destroying are just getting flung into the caverns. Like, look at all these. Yet here I am doing it anyway, because fuck it. Alright, well... I did also say I would round the corners of this thingy down here, so... Let's do that really quick.
Crypt beer.
Montycore, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. Chat room, can I get a round of beers from Montycore? Continuing to help keep the channel funded. Oopsies. As the surface of the fortress gets expanded. And thanks for the 6 months in advance, dude. Appreciate you, man. Fondle and fondling, yeah. I once had a faction YouTube chat called the Squirting Pregnancy, and it was an elven faction. There are some funky word combinations in Dwarfort. And what's funny is they actually patched out a lot of the words that allowed the game to be a lot ruder, shall we say. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna have a lot of legendary marks dwarves. I guess that's kind of part of the plan. At least my part of the plan. I don't know about the rest of the participants. For example, I'm not gonna say them because they basically... there was a few different words in the game that allowed... to put it simply, there was a few words in the game that more or less allowed for... the dwarven language to be non-dwarven language slurs. We'll just say that. And it wasn't something they did intentionally, but like, you know, you've probably seen the different dwarven words, right? Well, it's the sort of thing where... What the fuck is happening? Like, these are accessible. I don't know what the fuck's happening, but there's some weird pathing shit going on, so I'm just gonna do this. Because this is the quickest fix here. Alright, dwarves, fix your shit, please. I'm trying to get into Dwarf Fortress, but I just didn't click until I began watching your vids. Not just your tutorials, but the story videos is what made the game click for you. I'm happy to help. I find that I genuinely think that those story videos are, like, more helpful to a lot of people at this point. What are you trying to do, Dwarf? Need stockpile drop off. But shouldn't all plants be allowed here, though? Odd. Weird, 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 weird. Let's just make this into a fruit gathering zone. That seemed to fix it. I don't know what's going on with that, but... Wait, really? Montecore? You've been here for so long, though. And it was the story videos that, like, got you over that last hump? That's kind of incredible. Like, actually, that is kind of incredible to me. All right. Got 1 or 2 days left in my turn. Just go along here. And that's it. That's my segment. You mostly just watch me live. Okay, fair enough. As I was going to say, because like, I only started making those like a year ago. But chat room, that's my segment, my 1 year of time spent in Underhouse. I will finish writing up my little plot through and post it on the Discord alongside of these screenshots I've been taking. And I will get all that posted. No, I'm not going to end winter. Everybody's just been playing up until the 1st of winter, so I'm just going to keep it like that. So that was V3. So I think it's V5. Is the one that we just did? Yes. All right. I think that went pretty well. All in all, aside from my technical difficulties. 2 seconds. So yeah, if you're in the Discord, keep an eye on the viewer succession fort room, and you will see a notification. Well, not a notification. I'm not going to ping anybody, but I will be posting in there in a moment of my progress. And I hope that you continue to follow along. I'm calling it now, though. It's been 7.5 hours. I'm going on my weekend. I'm going to take the rest of the day off, and then tomorrow I'm going to make Future of the Fortress, and hopefully get some more stuff done over the weekend. If you are brand new here or anything, join the Discord if you haven't yet. And YouTube folks, if you want to come raid somebody with